Coffee's bitter, like the names on the screen. Faces flicker, but they never come clean. Every headline feels like one more scam. Whole damn system built on sleight of hand. We've been patient, boiling over, tired eyes, late nights, fighting sober. Every story points the same way. Every road sign says somebody pays. True Crime Cafe, we're seeking truth. Dago's want answers, we're coming for you. Crooked as hell and you laugh in our face. Darkness covered crimes, we light up this place. All we want is justice, that's the only ask. Dago in the cafe built for this task. Let's get to it. Shut it down fast. Shut it down fast. Backroom whispers, paper trails gone cold. Kids grow older, carrying what they're told. Questions piling like cups in the sink. Every dirty deed closer than you think. Dishonest and backwards, twist every word, but we've got the screenshots we've already heard. You can bury the proof, but you can't hide the past. We're knocking on doors, coming in late. Dago's want answers, we're coming for you. Crooked as hell and you laugh in our face. Darkness covered crimes, we light up this place. All we want is justice, that's the only ask. Dago in the cafe built for this task. Let's get to it.
Sirens wailing, cold dark night, 4 young lives taken from sight. Monsters in the shadows, breathing in sin, telling us a story you can't believe in. Cries in the night, nobody heard. Silence at the window, like it's rehearsed. Lies in our faces, cameras and ties, holding their focus, hiding their eyes. So many questions, all in the pile. Answers disappear, file by file. Idaho cries when another one dies. Too many secrets, too many lies. Keep on digging, tear down the wall. Be a voice for the voiceless. Unveil it all, unveil it all. No matter how you see it, the truth ain't there. Case built crooked, hanging in the air. Prosecutor's office, lock that door. Bury what they found under the floor. An innocent man paying the price. Life on the line, roll like dice. Everything hidden, nothing looks right. Paper cuts bleeding under blue light. Idaho cries when another one dies. Too many secrets, too many lies. Keep on digging, tear down the wall. Be a voice for the voiceless. Unveil it all. Unveil it all. Pages missing, names blacked out. Still we're shouting, still we doubt. Wait up, 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 wait up. Sirens wailing, cold dark night, 4 young lives taken from sight. Monsters in the shadows, breathing in sin, telling us a story you can't believe in. Cries in the night, nobody heard. Silence at the window, like it's rehearsed. Lies in our faces, cameras and ties, holding their focus, hiding their eyes. So many questions, all in the pile. Answers disappear, file by file. Idaho cries when another one dies. Too many secrets, too many lies. Keep on digging, tear down the wall. Be a voice for the voiceless. Unveil it all. Unveil it all. No matter how you see it, the truth ain't there. Case built crooked, hanging in the air. Prosecutor's office, lock that door. Bury what they found under the floor. An innocent man paying the price. Life on the line, roll like dice. Everything hidden, nothing looks right. Paper cuts bleeding under blue light. Idaho cries when another one dies. Too many secrets, too many lies. Keep on digging, tear down the wall. Be a voice for the voiceless. Unveil it all. Unveil it all. Pages missing, names blacked out. Still we're shouting, still we doubt. Wait up, 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 wait up.
1960 on the clock face, 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds. Phone glow, floor cold, heart race. Can't tell the truth from the lines. Bethany says, can we go home? I laugh, but I'm not alright. Everyone kind, everybody jokes. Nobody sees frostbite. Pretty much at 4 a.m. My brain says it happened, I don't know when. Thought it was a dream, but I knew it was a lie. Only thing I don't know is why. Can't tell right from wrong tonight. Bethany wants to go, I hold too tight. Everyone is super nice, but nobody knows my soul is cold as ice. Fake crying in the bathroom glass. Red eyes, but I'm still dry. I talk big, then I walk it back. Can't look myself in the eye. Pretty much friends and such around. Must have been drunk, but I ain't trained. Hate the way my words fall down. My lies hurt people, I think.
little campfire, fiction for the front row seat. Day after day, same story, same spin. You dress up the rumor like it's evidence, then grin.
You point at a case, say look at that man, but you don't got a screenshot, don't got a plan. You talk about a white car like it's some smoking gun, but every single detail falls apart one by one. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray.
Fog lights blazing, you still mumble in the haze. Goofy gray static, every channel, every day. You shout, I got proof, but your pockets stay bare. Just echo in an alley, just dust in the air. Just another idiot, storytelling every day. You build crooked houses out of things you can't say. You sell loaded rumors like they're holy signs, while family sits shaking on the other side of the line.
Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray.
How many names gotta fade off the page while you chase fake ghosts in the secondhand rage? We want hard facts, not your costume show. Turn the cameras to the damage, let the real story glow.
Let the real story glow. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray. Every word you throw, someone pays. We gotta get the truth before another one dies. Fog lights on, we cutting through your disguise. Stop pushing the lies, goofy gray.
All right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you today. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at the cafe. We are open for business, guys. The documents in the for the lawsuit has finally dropped against WSU. The families are suing WSU now for the most ridiculous reason, but I don't know. We're going to discuss that, break down the documents, and some other stuff. So thank you guys so much for joining me today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. It is Friday, TGIF. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Share this out. Please hit the like button on your way through the door, if you will. That being said, let's do this thing. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare.
The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth.
friends are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. And I thank you again for joining us. As always, this camera is driving me nuts. What do we got going on here? Let's try this. Nope. Maybe. Sorry, you guys. I'm just trying to. Nope, that ain't gonna work either. Maybe. Maybe. Nope, that stupid thing on the screen. So that's why I keep it over here. There we go. Okay. We'll get it worked out. Like I said, you guys are going to be looking at a completely different situation here pretty soon. So that's why everything back here is all pulled out, because we're getting ready to spin this. Come on in, grab your seat. Welcome, everybody. Great to see you. I missed you guys yesterday. I saw a lot of you when I was over there with Devil's Advocate last night. And I did a show with Miss Kim from Typically Unique yesterday morning. So I didn't get to come in here and really do my own thing. I had other stuff going on at home as well. But it's good to be back. Good to see you guys. And we are finally able to see documentation that the lawsuit has been filed against the Washington State University from the parents. They're suing for, before we get into anything, what we were told was that they were suing Washington State University for $400 million in turn, because nobody kicked BRYAN KOBERGER out of college and they allowed for him to go there, which they're blaming on being the reason this all happened. This is absolutely insane to me and totally ridiculous. The things that I have seen and read tells me that, as I've been screaming about, so you guys are probably going to watch me get angry again. I don't know if I'll turn green or not, but I will get angry, because this is, in essence, basically they're picking on somebody on the spectrum, is how I've seen this for a long time. And I will continue to see it that way until you prove me different. And that's exactly clearly how I see this, that they're attacking a man that is on the spectrum. I'm sorry, but that's how I see this, and I know that it's going to get deep, so be prepared. You may hear some choice words from me that you don't typically hear. It's absolute bullshit, and it should not be what it is. Enough is enough already. If they're going through this and doing this to be able to procure more discovery, I get it. But attacking this man this way is not the answer, because I don't believe, again, that BRYAN KOBERGER is the one that committed these crimes. And again, you're attacking somebody with a disability per se and picking on him, bullying him, and putting his name in a bad light more than what it has been already. And then again, it makes me believe, as I'm pretty sure that the reason why the psychiatric evaluation was sealed was because BRYAN didn't want people to look at him in that light to some aspect, is my opinion. I'm just saying. So, or is this for money? Are they just going after money? $400 million is a lot of damn money. And even a out-of-court settlement would be pretty huge, in my opinion. So, again, you choose what you think it might be. Sorry, you guys, I'm messing with this camera so much. It's just irritating the shit out of me. There we go, I guess. So you guys choose what you think it might be, but it sure seems like it's for sure that this is not going to bring them any more answers than they've gotten. This is not, unless they do procure the discovery that they haven't seen yet, possibly, maybe, I don't know, but I just don't see it that way. So this is my opinion again, as always. Purely, everything we talk about, like I say, is purely alleged, based on speculative theory. So take it for what it is. It's up to you guys how you see it. You can listen to what I'm saying, but I'm asking you to make your own determination and have your own thought process on what you believe it would be. If it's the same as mine, so be it. But I don't want it to be because of what I said. Is all I'm saying. Excuse me. Good Lord, sorry. All right, so the link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody that wants to join me. Let's see who we got joining us. Looks like Miss Rose in the house. Welcome back, bro. Joey Agrello, good to see you. West Side Crime Show, welcome to you. Tammy C4430, good to see you today. Miss Jen Seven's back in the house. Down the rabbit hole, welcome to you. Speedy 260477, great to see you. Fizzy fizzing around in here, great to have you in the house. Jen 711, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Mikey's in the house for the last 24. Great to see you, Mikey. Smiling Sleuth, welcome to you. Right Turn Clyde, great to see you in the house again. Thank you for joining us. Gail Gaskell 3620, welcome to you. Mr. Randy, thank you for joining us. Randy Fur, good to see you, brother. Pumpkin Field, welcome back to you. It's great to see you today. Let's see. Ball Star in the house, welcome back. Great to see you. Bria, I think it is Bria. Welcome and congrats. Welcome to the sauce. Another meatball jumping in the sauce with us. Megastar, our Miss Meg in the house. Good to see you, Meg. Thank you for joining us. As always, very much appreciative of you. Thank you to the moderators that chose to join us today. I appreciate each and every one of you. Again, I couldn't do this without you guys. That's a fact. Love Tahoe. Welcome back to you. Senior Wazowski, my brother. Great to see you. Great work out there. Everything you're putting out as well. Thank you for that. George Stewart, welcome to you. Lisa Winchester, welcome back. Great to see you. Leah Story, you as well. Linda Vaughn, welcome back to you. Janet, us 75 Finn, welcome to you. Miss Paula, the positive ones in the house. And again, guys, please make sure to share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And if you will, please hit that like button. I appreciate that so very much. Buffalo Chick, great to see you today. always. Miss Susan Russo, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Happy Friday to you, Joey. All right, all right. Hemi's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Miss Jen, let me be fair. If the families want to sue, they have every right to, but what's in this lawsuit is a lot of bullshit. Amen, Jen. As we're gonna see with that, you guys, you'll see that this lawsuit is not what it, in my opinion, I agree with that. That because of what the families have gone through, they should do something. Okay. I think they're heading in the wrong direction with this. This is just me personally. And Beach Babe, good to see you. But that's me. Like I said, hey, what do I know? I'm just the dumb Dago. I don't know nothing. Like I said, this is probably gonna bring a little Sicilian out of me, as I like to say from time to time. So be a little prepared for that because some of the stuff that's in this that I have, I've kind of like proofread it a little bit. Some of the stuff in this is gonna bring me to that point. So guys, we have 905 signatures on this petition. So very close to 1,000. Let's get this in here. Oh, SRB's not in here, is she? Let's see. And get that link dropped for that petition if we can do it again, please and thank you. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Let's get that petition signed. So maybe it'll do something. Who knows? You never know. 1-1. Thank you, brother, for dropping that. Super chat. Love Dago and the Meatballs. Applaud your efforts and intellectual views and opinions for fighting for the truth. Amen. And thank you, brother. That's number one on our goal. 1122 itself. Great to see that. Thank you, bro. Nothing but love for you and appreciation. Speedy dropping one as well. We got two already towards that goal. This whole lawsuit stinks, as this whole case does. Love you, Dago. Love the chat. That's all. Thank you. And thank you. And for that, I guess I gotta. There you go for 1-1. Dropping his super chat. We appreciate you, 1-1. And it looks like that train is started. All right. Thank you again, guys. Very much appreciated, and God bless. Very generous of you guys. Again, that stuff does help keep us moving day after day to do what we do in here. We're reaching for some truth. That's a fact. Let's see who else we got in here. Hemi's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Summer Jaden, welcome back to you. Yes, thank you. Jen is correct. Very kind of you guys for that. Marianne Powell, Klein, welcome to you. Great to see you, and happy Friday to you. And in here today to call out some more bullshit. I thought the ambulance was coming in the hood. Hey. No, that's just 1-1 driving through. Busy fizzing around. There's Miss SRB dropping the link for the petition. Thank you so much for that, SRB. Appreciate you for that. Beth Wagner, welcome. Good to see you today, and happy Friday to you. Yo. Again, there's that link, guys. Clip or jump onto that. We got 905 signatures on that already. We're heading towards 1,000, and we're really close to it at this point. And all you got to do is click on that link, and you can help do that. Again, thank you, SRB. I appreciate you. Let's see. We'll see. Hopefully, maybe that link will, or maybe that petition will do something. if nothing else, it shows that there's a lot of support back here supporting the fact that something wrong has happened here and something wrong has been done. So proud of y'all for not giving up. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for being here. We appreciate you. And that's not going to happen. As monotonous as it is, and as monotonous as it has been, I'm sorry. Um, it, you got to do, in my opinion, we got to do what's right, and I will be doing that regardless. Miss Cassie, I know is not feeling well. I hope you feel better, Cass. Thank you so much for being part of our team, and I'm looking forward to seeing you when you come back. And I hope you feel better, kid. 906 now because one signed it. Hey, hey. Good stuff. RVF Queen, welcome to you. Great to see you. 83 people in the house, guys, with 50 likes. If we can, please make that match. Let's get this in an algorithm because it is very important. Miss Lizzie's in the house. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Everybody at WSU thought that they were helping, and now their school's being sued. Can't make this shit up. You ain't lying about that one, Lizzie. That's right, guys. Keep Miss Cass in your prayers, guys, and thoughts, if you will. Anybody that's down, we try to back them up and make sure that they know that we're feeling or that we're thinking of them. Sorry. Miss SRB, I'm sorry, hun. Flu shots, yeah, those will make you feel a little crappy if it takes you the wrong way. I quit taking those because every time I take one, it hits me hard. But guys, you got to be careful because this flu out here is no joke. Tomboy was not feeling good the other day either. Please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. I hope she's feeling better. But she was pretty locked down. So this flu, I've seen a lot of people struggling with this. It's dangerous in some aspects. So please be safe and careful and protect yourselves. Make sure you're washing your hands and staying away from these sticky people. And take care of yourselves, guys. Please and thank you. Yeah, them shots, they can be rough for sure. 11 likes, 31 people watching this. That was a while ago, Hemi. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jamie. Come on in, guys. 85 peeps again, 56 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, please, and thank you. And get this in an algorithm so everybody has the chance to see this, guys. Miss Allie J, welcome to you. Redacted's in the house, doing Redacted like she does. It's good to see you, Redacted. Thank you for joining us today. Again, I missed you guys yesterday over here at the cafe. I hope you're all doing well. It is great to be back with the family here. Thank you guys. Though I did see you guys over at Typically Unique with Miss Kim. Thank you for supporting us over there. And a lot of you guys I saw last night over at Devil's Advocate as we did Crimes After Dark. I appreciate the support over there, as does Lee11, Robin, and Mr. JJ from State of the Deep. I love bringing these two families together and blending them into one big, amazing family. It's been a great thing. And we do appreciate all the support you guys have been showing us as well. I think Lee was doing some more of the file or the Brent Kopaka stuff that he had gotten. He's trying to get through that as much as he can. I was up there last night with him again. Which one are you talking about, 1-1? Are you talking about the one I put together for Crimes After Dark? I hope you like it, sir. I did. I put a song together for the the show. You guys know I like to play around with music and stuff. Stephen, welcome to you, my friend. I put a song together because like I said, we've been coming together, blending our families together and doing a lot of stuff over there. Usually 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every night. We jump into the Crimes After Dark with Devil's Advocate and the Advocate panel, or the Advocates on panel, I should say. I'm sorry, guys. And break down a bunch of things. And so, yeah, I got in my head a little bit, started writing more lyrics up, and I didn't know you heard it yet, 1-1. Welcome, Miss Teresa. Good to see you. I'm glad you like it, sir. I'll let you guys hear it real quick here. It's just a little something I threw together real quick. Because it's separate from, they don't have to do anything with it. I just put it together for everybody and hope they'd like it. But It's a separate show from what Lee normally does in the evenings. I thought it was kind of cool. When I start getting thoughts, I got to start writing things, guys. That's the way I am. You guys know I always got a notebook in front of me, and I always got a pen in my hand. So, welcome, Hemi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. How you doing today, Dago?
I'm good, bud. Thanks for joining us.
Got some more bullshit to go through.
Yeah, this is gonna set me off. I'm telling you right now. Just so you guys know, be prepared. This is definitely gonna throw me into my Sicilian mode, as I call it, because truly and honestly, it just makes me feel like a bullying situation with Brian Koberger. So that's just my opinion. RBF, thank you. That's amazing. So we got 907 or more signatures so far. Pretty cool shit, guys. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, if you will. Thank you, SRB. It is disgusting, Teresa, as you guys will see here. I'm just waiting a few minutes to grab everybody that's going to join us so we don't have to backtrack, as always. So I'll let you guys hear that song that one's talking about real quick. I put together for the Crimes After Dark show over at Devil's Advocate. Just another one of my things I do when I'm bored. And yes, SRB, thank you for that. We've already got 2 headed on that goal already. You guys are amazing for that. So very much appreciated, and God bless. Keeps that coffee flowing. Speaking of which, I want to thank whoever it was that decided to send me a gift from the wish list, the Amazon wish list. I did receive the pack of coffee, Horton's coffee, and the creamer. God bless. That's so amazing, and that keeps me going, guys, so that I can keep this going. I appreciate it. You guys are beyond amazing for the support you give myself, the channel, and everybody in the community. It's absolutely amazing, and thank you again, SRB, my dear. Hottie JG. It is Suno that I use, Hottie. Yes. I write down the lyrics when I get thinking, and then I take the lyrics and I inject them into this program and add in what instruments I want to use, which type, which format, blah, 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 and here we go. Thank you, SRB. Again, that's how that was purchased and sent, was through this list here. And I appreciate whoever did that. It didn't give me a name, so thank you and God bless. You're an angel. You guys know I love my coffee and I wouldn't be able to function without it. So thank you for that. So very much. Appreciate it. Mini422, welcome to you. Appreciate you joining us. And Fizzy, of course, drop the Amazon link up here. Yes. Susan Russo, good to see you today. It's like we got 101 peeps in the house, guys. Hammer that like button, please. Let's check this out real quick. See what you think. And don't worry. You're not going to hurt my feelings. You can be honest. If it sucks, it sucks. Can you still hear me, Hemi? Clear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, make sure let me know if you can hear this too, because I've been having some audio issues lately. Stuart Jones, Mary Holt, welcome to you. Robert's in the house with True Crime Unleashed. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, I hear it fine.
Crimes after dark, close the night out right. Panel at the table in that half-dead light. Miss Robin in the middle, calling every shot, directing and producing, till the story runs hot. 1-1 from the city, badge heavy on his chest, towing that law like a wicked chain, spitting facts, no rest. Crimes after dark, we close the night out right, tear through the lies till the wrong sounds like a fight. All of the answers buried so deep out of sight. We watch the threads unravel, we watch the threads ignite. JJ in the corner, state of the deep in his head. Which lies to toss and which quiets ones to keep instead. They go from the cafe, says forget about it, leans back, spins his thoughts like a blade, cutting holes in the track. Lee at the front, head advocate, steady stare, every word like a warning, every silence a dare. All of them leaning in, clock crawling, eyes bright. Every secret feels louder than the buzzing of the night. Crimes after dark, we close the night outright. Tear through the lies till the wrong sounds like a fight. All of the answers buried so deep out of sight. We watch the threads unravel. We watch the threads ignite. You can bury it in paper, you can lock it in a file, but the truth bleeds through, drip by drip, tile by tile. We're dragging it to daylight, name by name, line by line. If you wrote it in the shadows, we'll read it out this time. Yeah. Crimes after dark, we close the night outright. Tear through the lies till the wrong sounds like a fight. All of the answers buried so deep out of sight. We watch the threads unravel. We watch the threads ignite.
And there you are. Crimes After Dark.
Yeah, it sounded good, Dago. You did a good job on that. What is that? An
Sounded
application you
muffled.
got? Or?
I don't know if it sounded okay to you guys. I'm sorry if it did, but I did, Mary. Yes. Say again, bud. What are you saying?
Was this an application you got on AI or?
It is definitely AI. The only thing I like about AI is the opportunity to make music and song and like videos and stuff. The only thing I think that's good about AI is it helps us as creators to do certain things. But that brings the creativity out of me. Like I said, and this all started sadly after Tommy passed away, and I started writing the lyrics down in a notebook again. And I haven't done that in 25 plus years, guys, since I've been playing in bands and stuff. And I just started writing lyrics down, and like Mama Bear, it's her fault. You can blame her for it. She showed it to me one night, and I just started adding things in, and it's a particular, like, you have to put in the breakdowns, you got to put in the types of instruments you want in there, the type of vocals you want to use, and then you put the format in, and it basically, it's like putting a whole bunch of things into a blender and mixing it up and seeing what you come out with. You know what I mean? And it works good. It doesn't do everything I'd like it to do. And it does give the ability, like if my son and I were to, because my son, and most of you guys know Caden, he's a musician too. And he can play just about every instrument. He's got an amazing vocal voice. So if we wanted to, we could plug into this and we could record through that program as well and add in like the instruments we're missing and put different songs and do it live and then create it. It's like having a music studio at your fingertips. It's kind of crazy. And it's got great sound to me from my side of things. So if it doesn't sound good on your guys' end, I'm sorry about that. But I don't know why it would sound off or anything because I had everything equalized and all that. But Molly's been doing, like, Molly does a lot of that stuff too. She writes all the lyrics out. She does some of the vocals herself, and that's where the intro and outro songs came from and a lot of other stuff. So it's pretty good application for those of you that like that kind of stuff. So Juror 13, that's awesome. Music makes the world go round, guys. It truly does. As you guys know, I love music. Been a musician since I was 10 years old. I'm a drummer. I play a little bit of bass guitar and a little bit of piano as well. I used to be a good singer too, but smoking and aging does not. That changes things. I'll just say that. Molly does amazing too with her stuff. Our videographer here, she does some beautiful, beautiful stuff. So I love when you do reaction piece and one time music.
Yeah, I love music. Once growing up, that's all I ever did. Was started out listening to the radio and started recording songs on the radio. Then I moved up and
Right.
getting tapes and CDs, and
Mm-hmm.
now it's all digitalized. So yeah,
Yes. Yes.
I
I'm planning on doing more of those reactions. Sorry, Hemi, those reaction videos that are a little bit more in depth. Cat lady, I will definitely be doing that. I appreciate your input on that.
oh you're good, Dago. I don't want to step on your toes.
No, you're good. And that, guys, please go check out Molly's. Again, our videographer Molly Drake. She does everything. Our intro videos, songs, all of that stuff is all from her. She's got amazing things on her channel. If you guys would go over there, check it out, subscribe to her. I promise you won't be disappointed. If you will be, if you don't, I'm just telling you that. 100%. Just telling you that. That's awesome, Jared. Push it, push it, push it, push it. Like I said, my son is ASD and has been diagnosed since he was 4 years old. Um, Very high functioning. You guys wouldn't really know it. For the moderators know him very well. And because of that, I believe he's somewhat of a genius with music. The kid can play guitar, piano, harmonica, drums, saxophone, and his vocals. He's got the voice of an angel, and he's amazing. Okay, and most of the stuff, the only thing he was ever taught to play, he didn't even know how to read music until he started playing the saxophone, and that was because he was forced to in band at school. Everything else he's taught himself just by ear, just like I was. I never took any lessons. I just picked up a pair of drumsticks one time and started playing the drums um, by listening to a song. It just, if you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. It's kind of, it's crazy, but hence the reason why I get so angry about what we're going to discuss here today and other things when it comes to autism, because I feel there's too much bullying with it. People misread what it is. People disregard it as if it's no big deal. People ignore it and say it doesn't exist, that it's an excuse and this and that. And I'm just fucking over that. Sorry. Because my beautiful child back here is an amazing person. And again, is on the spectrum. So it really twists my heart around a little bit to see these kinds of things, and maybe it confuses me, maybe it blinds me to certain things, but again, even if it had nothing to do with ASD, I don't believe this man committed this crime. I don't believe this man could have committed this crime. I don't believe 95% of what they've shown us, and in turn this just puts the icing on this nasty ass dirty ass cake. Okay, so that's how I feel about it. Teresa, that's amazing. And you'll see if you have any questions or anything I can help with, please feel free to ask Teresa. Right. Wonderful to see you here again.
Speedy, I said I got a common voice. I said, well, shoot, you didn't watch yesterday's live. I've
Thanks,
had people worried that I was having a heart attack.
Thanks, Randy. That ain't good.
No, well, I'm okay, Dago. You know, I right at the end before I quit smoking, I was vaping.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what did me in, and it really. If I would have kept on, yeah, I would have had a full blown heart attack. I ain't gonna lie. I mean,
Right.
vaping's not good for you.
Well, you
But
don't want to do that, but
yeah.
you
So
definitely don't want to do that. You need to take care of yourself. Welcome, Peaky. Good to see you. And Astastic as well. Yeah, you gotta take care of yourself, bro. For
well,
sure.
it's the cause and the effect. So I can't. It's been so long since I had a last cigarette, but I'm just saying it takes a while for your lungs to shake back. So I cough on occasion. It's not because I'm having a heart attack. It's just it's part of it.
I get
I'm
it.
fine. other than that, I'm good.
Understood. No, we're about to get into that, Jur. I was just waiting for everybody to jump in here. It was going to join us, so we didn't have to backtrack on it. Robert Bell, great to see you, my friend, as well.
It's just
What
I
is it?
watched the Hewitt interview on Birdie's channel. That kind of set me off a little bit too.
Well, that's another thing is you can't let, because it's done it to me, you can't let this stuff get to you that way. It's going to bother us no matter what, but you can't let it get to you that deeply enough that it's going to affect your health in any any aspect in that way. I'm about to be kicking that off, Jur. Robert, a conservatorship is basically when somebody has like control over a situation of another person. Okay. Britney Spears went through that kind of a situation. Her father, Jamie, had a conservatorship over her. That's pretty much what I know about it. Um, and if people don't, if people are found to not be able to make good decisions on a regular basis due to whatever the issues are, they appoint somebody as like a power of attorney per se, I guess you could say, over their financial, you know, situation, and just basically to keep an eye on them to make sure that they don't do anything that's going to harm them or their situation in life per se. Living Dead Girl, good to see you. Vivian P, welcome to you. Yeah, kind of like a power of attorney. Yes, ma'am. Yes, as this amazing community, Jur, we all are very close, tight knit, and back each other up and respect each other in here. And that's what this community is about. I'm very proud of this community and very proud of being able to put this community together with all of you, along with my amazing Blue Crew. Couldn't do it without them for sure. Autism with a pathological demand avoidance profile is not well understood, as the kids are so high functioning that they can teach us a thing or two. 1,000,000% down the rabbit hole. I find with my grandson. You ain't lying. This kid has taught me so much, you have no clue. Johanna Proberger, welcome to you. It's exactly how I see it as well. Amen to that one too, Susan. And my kiddo was diagnosed intellectually disabled. Understood, Robert. Like I said, my son was diagnosed autistic, um, very high functioning autism when he was between 4 and 5 years old. He's been medicated ever since he's 19 now. He's not really been on the medication lately, and he's trying things out without it, seeing how if he's grown out of any of it. But it's still, I think he's something he's gonna need the rest of his life to some aspects. So, Juror 13, thank you so much, and God bless. Again, I love that avatar, the smoking rabbit. That's pretty wild. Thank you, number 3. Looks like on our goal, you're an angel. God bless. Very generous of you and very much appreciated. Want to know how they're going to explain the TAs and professors stalking BRYAN? That's a great point, Fizzy, because that's exactly how this comes off. Also, how are you going to explain the fact that other than in this area, at this school, that Brian Koberger was referred by his other teachers through DeSales and stuff to go to this school. But when he gets here, then all of a sudden he's a problem. Explain that one. Do you have a healthcare surrogate? I do not, Susan, unfortunately. Thank you. It sure does. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. SRB is going to join us up here. I'm just kidding. She does not do the panel, folks. I'd love it if she did, but she does not do it. Welcome, Heidi Smith. Good to see you. I like to tease her about it, though, from time to time. The lawsuit's beyond ridiculous. Guys, you are not lying.
I remember back very early in the case and hearing reports about that some of the students from WSU was saying that he was very, I don't want to say mean, but he was very authoritative in how they do their homework.
Yeah. he's a teaching assistant. He was a teacher's assistant, and he wanted them to do it a certain type of way, and they didn't like that. And I think I'm glad you brought that up, bud. I think that's why some of these statements were made. To be honest and truthfully, that's why I think some of these statements were made was because people would just get angry with him. They didn't like what he did because they was making him do your work better, do this, do that, as he should. Being a teacher per se or an assistant to a teacher, that's expected.
Right.
He graded their papers somewhat harshly. I from my understanding, but that's truly, in my
That
opinion,
brings,
that's all it was. He was just doing his job.
right. That brought, in my humble opinion, that was kind of like him trying to bring out some accountability in their work, so to speak.
That's it, really. That is really truly it.
And that's all that you can't find that. It's hard to find people that teachers like that hold you to accountability in your homework, and it raises they get you to raise your own standards, and it gets the best out of you.
Right. That they should be, and some of these kids will probably be grateful as they get older. Okay. And because it taught them something, at least in my opinion. Just saying. That's my opinion. All right, guys. I'm going to pull up these documents here for the Washington State University lawsuit. Let me see here.
And let me know. I don't mind reading for you if you need help with that.
Take you up on that. And I don't know. I'm going to look at this and decide how I'm going to break this down, because I'm sure that you guys have seen other people reading them already, because I'm never the first person to drop anything, guys. We know that. I take my time. So I'm sure somebody else has run to these and put them out already, and that's fine. I want to break them down and discuss them per se about what they mean, basically, and what I feel, as well as hearing what your guys' thoughts are on them. What happened to my link, though? Hold on a minute. But yeah, I might take you up on that, bud. Just a minute here. And for those of you that have asked, I am going to be, if these documents wouldn't have dropped, we'd be talking about the Tepes case in Columbus, Ohio, or Tepe case. I never say it right. Out of Columbus, Ohio. That's coming from here. And again, I know I'm delayed and I'm late, but I will definitely be doing that here too. There we go. I think there. Yep. All right. Gotcha. I got an email from somebody asking about that. Hello, Miss Brandy. Good to see you, dear. I haven't seen you in a while. How can they sue Washington? But that's kind of my question. I have feelings about that. Pappy Man's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Micro Blue, great to see you. Got 136 beautiful peeps in the house, guys. Please, if you will, make that match with that like button. Hit that like button. Leave us a little bit of DNA. I promise, guys, we're not going to send it off to Othram. We'll keep it right here. Leave a little DNA on that like button and share this out. Let everybody know what we're up to today. Anonymous Mystic, welcome to you.
They go, I know you're going to be, between this and Devil's Advocate, you probably going to be busy. But whenever you have time, I really would love it if we can get all your moderators in Discord one night. There's a video that I posted in one of the crime channels. It's about a good 3 hours long. But I would like to see if we can make time for it to do something like that in Discord. It's if you were to think of falsely accused and the steps of being redeemed,
Redeemed
That's the
for
video we need to watch. It's more of a, it's another podcast, but there's I think there's a documentary that goes to it, but I think it's on Paramount Plus, but it's of that guy. But so anyway, whenever we get a chance, it ain't got to be like anytime soon, but just whenever we get a chance, we need to get everybody in voice to be able to look at it, break it
so
down.
you're saying that it's about people being falsely accused and redeeming the fact that they were and
Yeah,
clearing it.
it's. I'm not trying to. I'm. I'm thinking about Koberger. When I watched it,
Sure.
it's different. It's a totally different case altogether. Okay, he
Which
was
case is
falsely
it?
accused, but he was falsely accused of sexually abusing kids.
Gotcha.
You know, but yeah. Anyway, you
You
just
know
have
what?
to watch.
Do you know what case it is? What the name on the case is? Offhand.
Someplace it's out of Texas.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll definitely take a look at it.
I look his name up real quick. It's on our Discord.
In the true crime cases of interest.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll take a look at it. No problem.
just just whenever we have a chance.
Sure thing. I appreciate that, sir. Always looking for interesting things to add to what we do. Shell Herbs, welcome to you.
I think SRB or one of your moderators already put a thumbs up on it, so they it's been in
Probably.
there
I
for a
know.
while. Now.
Yeah, probably. SRB pretty much she's very good at going through and scanning through things and seeing things and marking things and placing things in the right places if need be and stuff like that. So
Yeah, but I like to see after we watch it, and if we see anything out of that, maybe we can be able to crop it and make a show those parts of the process that he went through to get out of it. This is very significant because in Texas you had to have 7 judges to sign off on your appeal,
sure.
make you a free man. And this was the first guy in Texas history that had all 7 of the
The judges.
appeal judges sign off on him.
Right.
So
Obvious.
yeah, it's very significant.
Gotcha. We will definitely check it out.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody jumping in here that just jumped in here. We appreciate you. Whether you're in chat or hanging out in the hallway back there watching quietly, we appreciate you all for being here. As I said, we're reviewing the lawsuit that's been filed against WSU in regards to Bryan Kohberger per se. Out of Superior Court of the state of Washington in and for Skagit County. And this lawsuit is being filed based on multiple people, guys. Steve Goncalves is personal representative of the estate of Kaylee J. Goncalves. Karen Laramie, who is Maddie's mother, as personal representative of the estate of Madison Mogan. Jeff Kernodle, again, we know who he is, as personal representative of the estate of Xana. Alexia Kernodle and Stacy Chapin as personal representative of the estate of the Chapin, Jason Chapin. And see, I didn't realize the Chapins got involved. So interesting. They're all involved. The only name we don't see listed in here would be Kara. And I'm sure that Jeff is, standing as representative through that. And the complaint filed is complaint for damages. It's interesting. It's interesting. This is who they filed the complaint through, which law firm, Wagstaff and Cartmel, so on and so forth, based out of Kansas City. And then it also looks like it went through PFAU Cochran Amala attorneys at law. Complaint for dinner, okay. Or one of those. This is probably WSU's attorney right here. The Cochran Amala law firm, because they're out of Washington. I'm going to guess probably. It says plaintiffs bring causes of action against the defendant, Washington State University, and allege Excuse me. Welcome, Grace Kirk. Good to see you. Um, alleged the following. This case arises out of the violent assault and murder of four University of Idaho students by a Washington. Let me move this for right now, you guys, so you can see everything. There you go. And see if I can blow this up just one more. Might help you guys too. Out of Washington State University, WSU, employee with a known history of threatening, stalking, and predatory behavior. WSU brought BRYAN KOBERGER to Pullman, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest to serve as a teaching assistant in criminal justice and criminology department. See, that in itself, to start off with right there, is wrong. WSU brought BRYAN KOBERGER to Pullman, Washington, to serve as a teaching assistant in the criminal justice and criminology department. No. BRYAN KOBERGER chose to go to WSU for his studies in criminal forensic, cloud forensics, and just so happened to get a job doing that as he was a student there. See, that's the way they're writing it. It's already bullshit. Anyway, while he also worked to obtain a PhD with a study focused on sexually motivated burglars and serial killers, BRYAN CC, there you go, was heavily reliant on WSU, who paid him a salary, provided free on-campus housing, medical benefits, and free tuition, all conditioned on his behavior and subject to being revoked. Now, right there in itself, they kind of screwed themselves by putting that in there, saying focused on sexually motivated burglars and serial killers. That in itself could explain a lot of, and probably does explain a lot of what they found in BRYAN's phone, where they said was weird pornography, some of the books that he had and things like that. Bingo. Okay. Serial killers and sexually motivated burglars. There's your answers to the stuff that they found within his phone. And the books and stuff that he had right there. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, and they put it in their lawsuit in turn. Here you go. He was heavily reliant on WSU. I said that already. Salary provided free on-campus housing, medical benefits, free tuition, all conditioned on his behavior and subject to being revoked. Which they never did, obviously, because the man didn't deserve to be. Pullman, Washington's only a few miles from Osco, home to the University of Idaho, and combined. And I may read this quicker, folks, and leave specific words out, but if it's an important word, of course I'm going to say it. Referred to as Pullman Moscow community. Almost immediately upon his arrival to Pullman, Moscow, KOBERGER developed a reputation for discriminatory, harassing, and stalking behavior, instilling substantial fear among young female students and fellow WSU employees, necessitating regular security escorts for multiple females. I'm calling bullshit. Karmic retribution in the house. What's up, sis? Good to see you. Great job on the videos you've been doing lately, guys. If we can, mods, please make sure you drop Karmic's link as well. And I'd love to see everybody going over subscribing to her and hitting that like button, guys. She does great stuff, and she speaks her mind. Facts are facts. Despite receiving at least 13 formal complaints of KOBERGER's inappropriate, predatory, and menacing behavior, WSU failed to respond in any meaningful way and allowed KOBERGER's escalating behavior to continue unchecked. Now, here I'm gonna say this real quick. It's their job to look into those things, because they, in turn, if they don't, could be liable and face real deal lawsuits against that kind of thing. Okay. What my understanding is, what I think happened is that they did look into it to some aspect. Thank you, Fizzy, for that. Guys, make sure to subscribe to Karmic Retribution. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. She does an amazing job. So, let's see. Anyway, what I feel that happened is that they did look into this to some aspect and found nothing. There was nothing founded, in my opinion, and kept moving forward. I'm sure that they did we know that they had some talks with him about certain other things. And there was a probationary thing set in place, blah, 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 blah. Amazingly enough, none of this really came to the surface as hardcore as it is stated until he was arrested and accused of a crime, folks, period. So you are absolutely welcome, Karmic. I appreciate everything you do, and I really do like the way you do it. So 100%. Um, you are a real one too, my dear. Um, that's a good point, Miss Ashley. Good to see you. WSU better fight this, or they will be looking at Amen to that one, Susan. This is going to open a door for a whole lot of trouble, in my opinion. On November 13th, actually, you know what, Robert, or I'm sorry, Hemi, if you don't mind reading just the next paragraph or so, I got to run to the little boy's room. Be right back. Copy went through me.
All right. On November the 13th of 2022, a foreseeable and in fact predictable tragedy occurred when Koberger entered the bedrooms of four undergraduate students and violently stabbed them to death. These deaths should not, and would not have occurred if WSU had acted appropriately. Okay, so we're having a genie bottle now. We're looking into a crystal ball, and we're foreseeable. Gotcha. After Koberger pled guilty on July 2025 to 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary, various law enforcement agencies began releasing files for their investigation. Those files, together with other information in the public domain, paint a deeply disturbing picture of breathtaking level. So, go back up a little bit. Keep going up. All right, hold on right there. So, I got a thought on that.
Yes, sir.
I got a thought on that.
Sure.
When you don't know anything about a person and you're just flat out trying to dig for something that's practically not there, and you're just inventing bullshit just to invent it, just to paint a picture of this guy's character. And we all seen that, right?
Mm-hmm.
After he got what they say, well, he got his 4 life sentences. They bashed his character.
Badly, very badly,
And
disgustingly. There was no stalking. There was nothing of the sort of what they're saying was anything like what it was. They used terms like spatially trapping. Okay, they used terms like weird, odd, strange, crazy, uncomfortable. Folks, if you've ever seen somebody that is on the spectrum, think about every word you just heard. Spatially trapping is somebody standing close to somebody, but not because they don't know how to interact with that person and they don't know to move or they don't pick up on social cues. That's a big thing right there. That's what I see this is happening here.
I'm trying not to go into a spiritual realm of it all, but I see all that's going on as well. You scroll up just a little bit.
Up or down?
Up.
There?
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. After Koberger pled guilty in July 2025 to 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary, various law enforcement agencies began releasing files from their investigations. Those files, together with other information in the public domain, uh, paint a deeply disturbing picture of the breathtaking level of organizational paralysis,
Paralysis.
paralysis. I'm sorry,
You're good.
and interactions by WSU to enable Koberger over a period of months to stalk his victims. That's a lie, and plan and commit horrendous murders. They keep bringing that up and beating that damn drum like it's going out of style. Even the
Agreed.
prosecutor, and back in Latah, pretty much shitting his goddamn pants all over himself about this. There's two instances where they're getting this from is from Bethany. There was a person that was following Kaylee in a grocery store that freaked her out so bad that she practically ran into the parking lot to get away from it and back into the car where Xana was at. That was one instance. The other one was when Kaylee said that she was out with Murphy and she could see a silhouette of a guy just standing there in that back parking lot looking down at the back of the house. That's only two in both of those instances was unreported of stalking behavior.
Right.
This is way before all this even happened. And then I remind
Right.
you, back in January, about the sheath. He was on Amazon. Well, come to find out, he shared the daggone account with his sisters. They got on Amazon a lot. They
The
bought a
whole
bunch of
family.
stuff
The whole
from
family.
Amazon.
Yeah, it was a family account. Like Michael, Marianne, Ashley, and Amanda. Or I'm sorry, Ashley. Jesus, shame on me. Melissa and Amanda all shared this account along with Brian. So yes, agreed.
Yeah. So okay, how are you telling me from January of 2022 that somebody that's way across the country has foresee himself burglarizing a home to four people that he don't has never met? Well, he probably got on social media. You know, they was on that what do you call that app? Well, that may be true, but all through this time, we have never seen any connections of Koberger knowing them or them knowing Koberger. We don't have, even they come out and said it. We can't put him in the house. We don't have any connections to these people. So what are these people talking about? This, with this stalking stuff. It's mind boggling. Keep going that route. Leave it alone. Okay.
Well, first and foremost, the stalking. This should not be legal. Okay, and I think that this should be something that when the court reads this, they have to look at this and say, no, it's been proven that the man did not stalk anybody. Okay, within this situation. So, and I think they should have to throw it out over that kind of a thing. Just saying.
Yeah.
Because he did the prosecutor as well as the lead detective said there was no stalking. Period. Um.
Anyway, before WSU brought Koberger to Pullman, Moscow community, he had a history of heroin addiction, had been arrested for theft, and made numerous posts over a period of years on public online forums, commenting about his inability to feel emotion and crazy thoughts.
Wow. We're
Defamation
not
of
even off the
character.
first page, you guys, and I'm already irritated as all hell.
This is defamation of character.
It is. First off, here's the thing. Before WSU brought Koberger to Pullman, um, he had a history of heroin addiction. Okay, so be it. That he beat very proudly and amazingly and continued to control and had been arrested for theft. So he took his sister's phone, sold it, and his dad played the tough love situation. Okay, to teach him a lesson, which I would have done the same thing. That's all. And they're using all these things to make him look like this horrible person. And made numerous posts over a period of years on public forums commenting about his inability to feel emotion and crazy thoughts. In all reality, what that is that he couldn't understand himself because he was autistic. Hence the reason why he became a heroin addict, self-medication, as we've talked about before. Welcome, Ariana. And that's what that's all about, guys. So they've turned that dark. All of that, they turned it into a dark thing. So, okay, on we go. Um,
He had been removed from a vocational program in high school because of problems with women, and later local business owners had become so alarmed at his behavior toward young women that staff kept electronic notes about him and warned female staff when he arrived. He also had pursued graduate a graduate degree in criminology, where he demonstrated a particular fascination with serial killers. Okay, so he had a
hold on. Hold on 1 second. But Brandy, I said hi to you twice, hon. I don't know. Maybe you didn't hear me, but I definitely said hi to you twice, sis. I said it's good to see you. It's been a while, but it's good to see you again. It's been a while. Go ahead, bud. What were you saying?
so he had what do you call it, instructor. I guess that's what they call him, an instructor on her that specializes in serial killers.
Yeah.
And you're going into criminology, and you're wanting to be a detective, or that's all part of it.
Right.
For years, back even way back, I know Bundy has been brought up numerous times. And back in 1970s, in that era, they law enforcement was not as connected as they are now back then. So it's easier for them to be serial killers and to have the numerous of people that had tragedy in by their hands, because law enforcement is just not that caught up to catch them. That's, but I can see the parallels, because Bundy went to college as well.
Right.
So there's a lot of psychological and understanding of, okay, what makes a serial killer, and all that plays a role. So they've been doing this since the 70s, and still to this very day, you'll see people like the behavior panel and others, body language people, will look at Ted Bundy and other serial killers and trying to understand, okay, what makes them tick? How do they think? You know,
Right.
all that's normal behavior in what he was trying to get, in what field he was going into.
There's nothing that I've seen that's abnormal either. I agree with you. I think that this is about the more I see this, the more I think about it, I truly, I do feel like this is about money. And that's kind of sad. I'll just say that much because that's not going to give you justice. That money's not going to bring justice to you if you feel that you haven't been due, there's been no justice for the horrible thing that happened. This ain't going to do it. The man sitting in prison, there's your justice per se, but it's not true justice because we know, that this is not right. The situation's not right. So no. And I do. I really believe now at this point that it's more about money. And I think I think that's sad. That's not going to answer your problem. It's not going to halt your mourning. It's not going to unbreak your heart. None of that stuff's going to happen from this. So it doesn't make sense. It just seems about financially motivated. I'm sorry. Right. And that's a great point. Anonymous just said. So here's my I was going to say something like this too. So all the kids who died at ISU, their parents can sue. So is that what's going to start happening now? Are you going to start? Are they going to start suing? If somebody goes out and kills somebody else, are they going to start suing the job that they worked for because they hired them into that neighborhood, or their parents for giving birth to them? I mean, are you kidding me? Come on. This is what I'm saying, guys. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's move on here. I'm going to get through some of this. Where did it go?
Number 7. We were at 7.
Yeah. Almost immediately upon Koberger's arrival to Pullman, Moscow community, he began demonstrating antisocial, disturbing, and menacing behaviors. In August of 22, early in the semester, a fellow graduate student began leaving her office door open because she believed this guy was going to do something inappropriate with a student. And said that Koberger struck her as a stalker or sexual assaulter type. Oh, so you judged him based on what you thought, based on your visual. Cute. That's good to do. Based on how Koberger talked to and treated women, another fellow graduate student described him as a possible future rapist. Wow. Koberger's supervising instructor was aware that several female graduate students had reported that they were very uncomfortable with interactions that they had with him. Female graduate students also complained that he made them feel unsafe. He was noted to be obsessed with studying sexually motivated burglars and serial killers. That's what he was in school for. Not obsessed. He took his schooling seriously. That doesn't make him obsessed. That means he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. Maybe if you were more, attentive to your studies instead of worrying about what the fuck BRYAN Koberger was doing, maybe it wouldn't have been a problem. On multiple occasions with multiple WSU's female staff members and fellow students, Koberger would regularly stand close to their desks, loom over them, and would block their exits from on-campus offices for long periods of time. I don't believe that. So welcome, Tomboy. There's a 2-year statute of limitations in Idaho, and that time had passed before BRYAN took the plea. So suing WSU was their only option in that aspect, sure. Good point. Sorry, you guys. Yeah, we're not going to do it all, Susan. We're going to bounce through some things and we'll go back to other things that I'm just kind of give you the basis of the beginning of this here. One female grad student reported Koberger would trap her in her office and try to talk to her about the Ted Bundy murders. Koberger followed several female students and staff to their cars after hours. So again, my son has done something along the lines of this. If he wants to be social. He wants to fit in. Okay? This is how I'm taking this, by the way. And again, it is hearsay. That's a good point, Astastic. We don't know 100% that that's exactly how this went down because that's what they're saying. BRYAN can't defend himself against it because look at his situation. Nobody's going to believe him anyway. So real quick here. If somebody brought up something about Ted Bundy, BRYAN probably felt a connection. Like, okay, wow, they're interested in that just like I am, and we can talk about it.
Mhm.
And he wanted that interaction with people.
Right.
So that's why he would have that conversation or try to. These people obviously were uninterested in talking to him about it and turn it into this, which is disgusting to me and bullshit because that's what he found was a common ground to be able to, try to make friends or try to make some kind of a relationship with the people there to be not so alone all the time, in my opinion.
They go, if he's taking, since he's taking this class with that professor about serial killers, and
Agreed.
she's not just talking about Ted Bundy. But anyway,
That's
when
just
you
one
get
thing.
people on the outside of that, is not a part of that group or in
Right.
that class,
Yeah.
I can probably see where that's coming from. You know what I'm saying? But
Some aspect, sure.
it's about the people that's in the class with him. Have they ever been interviewed to say, okay, what kind of behaviors has he ever shown in class? That teacher has been on multiple podcasts, even throughout this whole time all that was happening, and has spoke up about Koberger. He's been a very good student, one of the best students that she's ever had. That's coming from that professor. So everybody on the outside looking in on this is basing that judgment just merely off of that because they're not even in that class. They don't even basically know what the hell they're talking about. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
And again, Tomboy's right. Um, Hearsay is allowed in a civil suit, though, and they know that the bar is a tad lower than a criminal case. Right. They also get more discovery, which is an interesting situation as well. It could be Stewart, yes. It could very well be another distraction, diversion, whatever you want to call it, but yes, for sure. Um, by the way, if I disappear, you guys, the wind is blowing like crazy here today. So just letting you know, it would be my internet. Sour girl, welcome. And again, yeah,
Yeah,
because without backup to support this is hearsay, 100%. We don't know that these are. We're just supposed to take their word for this and say, okay. Just
hell, I
say,
probably can relate to Koberg in the fact that sometimes when I'm walking down the street and I come across somebody that shares something that I'm highly interested in and they're highly interested in, and then next thing you know, we're having a 2 hour conversation.
right,
Yeah.
right,
And it feels good to come across people like that because then you know you can actually. It's kind of like when I first started coming here.
right.
I've had so much thoughts about this case here, and I just didn't have that outlet. And then I finally found one and coming here.
Of
So
course, right. Makes
that
sense.
makes sense.
It does line up. Same thing, in my opinion. I agree. Um, Miss Carmick says his professor and him had allegations around sexual assault and threats to have BK fired, etc. Just saying, I didn't create that theory. It's actually there. Yes, yes, it is. Yes, ma'am. Um, where are we at here? Talk about the case with some spicy meatballs. Set your mind free. Good stuff, buddy. Excuse me, guys. Diego, if it was said in court, he wasn't stalking. See, that's what I'm wondering, Stuart. That's what that statement alone being put in there may cause that to get thrown. This is my opinion. I don't know yet because I don't know the laws and stuff like that and how that works. But because they're basically putting what is a known lie into the lawsuit, could that cause the lawsuit to be void? Will they throw it out because of that? That's what my question is. But it's an sorry guys, interesting statement, Stuart, and I wondered the same thing. It should be considered perjury. Yes, I agree with that. And if that's how you call it, you're lying about a situation that has been proven untrue. So, um, multiple students. and staff members were so uncomfortable with Koberger's behavior that security escorts were arranged for them after 5 p.m. Escorts that in some instances were provided by professors, other instances by WSU PD. Certain of these staff members told others that Koberger had been stalking them. Bullshit. Some graduate students reported that they kept their on-campus doors shut in an effort to keep Koberger out, while others left their doors open as a place of refuge for others if they felt threatened by Koberger. In one instance, early in the semester, Koberger so verbally attacked a female student in the classroom that she fled in tears, leaving all of her belongings behind. Okay. So basically, what I'm taking that as being is that she was an ultra sensitive person. And I remember this. I read it in the report that he basically told her that what she was talking about was wrong. And he knows the truth. She didn't like it and it embarrassed her and she took off running and crying. That's what the truth is, not that he was horrendously attacking her, calling her horrific names and stuff like that. That's not how this happened, guys. But that's what they're making it sound like. Grow up, little girl. Welcome to the real world. You did something wrong. Somebody called you out on it. Correct it and move on. Maybe say, thank you for correcting me. Instead, no, you're going to flap your spoiled ass little arms in the air and cry like a baby and run out of the room. Come on now. This is ridiculous how they're wording this. Koberger was described as very angry, as if he had built up fury or rage. Again, bullshit. One sophomore student reported that Koberger had followed her and told her bosses at WSU about the incident. In response, they told her she should not be alone with Koberger and suggested that campus security should escort her out, and commented that she was not the first to report such problems. So because he was different, they would not accept him, okay? And they all clamored together and decided that they're going to talk shit about him, pick on him, bully him, and in turn created a, they were keeping tabs on him, guys, keeping a BRYAN tally as dumbass statements were made by GONCALVES, okay? That's ridiculous. So in sense, I'm going to tell you guys how I see this, to be honest with you. The staff and students at WSU, in my opinion, were stalking Bryan Koberger and harassing Bryan Koberger. Where's the counter lawsuit for that? He couldn't file one if he wanted to, because nobody would take it seriously. They would just say that, that he's reacting to this and so on and so forth. I wish he would have filed something, a harassment suit, a stalking suit, any of that shit. He should have, but that's exactly truly what should have happened here. I would love to have a conversation with these idiots. I truly would. Just saying.
Wow.
Voluntary miss the answer. Welcome. Even when I was a guilter, I just assumed he'd rolled his eyes at some Seattle blue hair hog ring chick who thinks she's a man. At some statement we'd all roll our eyes at. They marked him after that. Agreed. That's exactly probably what happened, is that he looked at somebody and made a judgment based on what he saw and how they were acting, and knew that he was a better person in some senses than that, and rolled his eyes and didn't accept them for who they were, because he's more in his mind. He's more about being, school, and doesn't play into that kind of shit. So in turn, think about that. He didn't like me. Okay? Get over it. Moving on. Moving on. On other occasions, the sophomore supervisor would take her home so that she did not have to walk by herself or take public transportation. She became concerned about all the precautions that needed to be taken because of Koberger's behavior. Oh boy. There's a petition link, guys. We're almost to 1,000. Please sign the petition if you will, guys, and let's see what we can get handled. We're almost there. We're probably about 910 signatures so far. We only need 1,000. So let's see if we can get 80, 90 more why do I keep wanting to say that? Signatures on this, and see if it'll do any good. That's all I'm saying. So thank you, SRB, as always.
Wow.
So again, more ridiculous Bull. So yes. All right, hold on a minute here. 1 second. All right. So, moving on.
Mm-mm-mm.
Hold on 1 second.
Wow. This is defamation of character so bad. And it's crazy to me because it even amplifies even more now since he took that down.
I'm here. Jesse, good to see you,
He took
buddy.
that damn plea, man. It magnified by 10,000 on how they have really, really gone after him. Wow. Wow.
On more than one occasion, WSU employees would stay in a room where Koberger was engaging with one of their colleagues out of concern that the colleagues should not be left alone with him. On another occasion, WSU employee told her colleague to email her with the subject heading 911 if she needed help because of Koberger. On yet another occasion, see, they turned this into something it didn't have to be. That it wasn't. Oh, hey, there's Meg. Good to see you, Meg. What is your theory there, Miss SRB? Oh my God, Phyllis is in the house. Good to see you, Phil. Great to
Hello,
have you. It's been a
Jesse. I
while,
haven't seen you in a while.
right? Thought Phil forgot.
Jesse's in the house.
Jesse's in the house. We don't see Jesse anymore either. Jesse don't. Jesse's Jesse's more into the Charlie Kirk stuff lately, I think. So we haven't seen a whole lot of them. It's great to see you though, sir. Um, that's exactly what my thought is right here. All these people, all these witnesses, ready to come forward and put their name on these statements and testify on the stand about this situation. I want to see that happen. No problem, SRB. And I guarantee you they won't because it'll be. Oh my God, WSU will destroy this. Their attorneys will destroy this when it's called into question. In my opinion, because she.
Man,
Oh, go ahead. What are you saying?
I'm just saying, if I'm gonna play a little bit of devil's advocate here. Let's say this: shit didn't go down the way this went. It went the other way. He's walking the earth free. Their whole case and everything went to shit. Just playing devil's advocate. Would any of this be relevant had that happened?
Nobody had filed anything or done anything until he was arrested. From what I could see,
So,
they didn't
so
push it.
now my point is, since he pleaded guilty, and these narrow-minded people will take a plea deal as a way of confession and say 100% he did what he did that night. So now that he
Right.
is down, we're going to really just lay into it. And all of this bullshit right here, we're going to just pile all that on top of it. This is what I see. This is pure evil, man. Defamation of his character. Can you imagine if that was you? What would you do? Or anybody in chat? I want you to put yourself in Koberger's shoes, right? What would you do? I think more and more clearly, Dago, and I feel this more and more in my soul. We can't have people like this in our judicial system. They have to be fired, let go. Something's gonna have to be done. This is beyond Koberger. We can't be doing people like this.
Agreed.
That's all I'm saying.
Koberger's victims were encouraged to report his behaviors, and a number of them did. The WSU Office of Compliance and Civil Rights, CCR, had at least 13 formal complaints related to Koberger, yet the individual in charge of acting on those complaints later reported that she had neither met nor even spoken with Koberger. Wait, now, hold on here. Had at least 13 formal complaints related to Koberger, yet the individual in charge of acting on those complaints later reported that she had neither met nor even spoken with Koberger. So I'd like to see these formal complaints. If they were documented on paper, period. That's what I'd like to see, okay? If they approached this person face to face, did whatever they're supposed to do, followed protocol to handle this, and she didn't act on it, then yeah, she's at fault. That's a problem. I agree with that, but she is the one that should be being reprimanded, fired, sued, whatever you want to call it in that aspect. That's her, okay? She didn't do her job, if that's true, but that's why I said I think at that point, if it ever even gets to court, WSU is going to pull. They're going to say, I want to see this, okay? Where are these documented reports? Blah, 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 blah. And if they can't find them, once again, bullshit. 100% bullshit. One student complained that she was unsatisfied with how prior reports about Koberger had been handled, and she did not believe that WSU would adequately protect her from retaliation, but she continued to report her experiences to the program chair and other faculty, stating that Koberger's actions made her feel unsafe. Another graduate student made complaints about Koberger and was directed to copy them to another department at WSU, but she was reluctant to do so because she had had bad experiences with that in the past. One female graduate student reported that she wondered why people in power in the WSU Criminal Justice Department did not meaningfully address Koberger's behavior. During one of several faculty meetings where Koberger was discussed extensively, one member remarked, "Mark my words, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in many, many years will, when he's a professor, we will hear is harassing, stalking, and sexually abusing his students." That person right there, whoever that person is, that is the person that needs to be sued. That is absolute defamation of character. Drawing a conclusion based on an opinion you have no idea who the fuck that person's going to end up being. Shame on you, and I hope that karma bites you so fucking hard you bleed for the rest of your life. That's disgusting, okay? That's disgusting to make that statement on anybody without knowing who that person is. God, this makes me sick. Moving on. In that statement, what I meant, I don't know if you guys understand that. I hope karma bites you so bad you bleed for the rest of your life. Meaning, you guys know what karma does. Bleeding out through the karmic retribution is what it stands for. So anyway, I wasn't being like physically violent. I don't want you guys to think. I'm just saying. This same WSU professor believed Koberger was already stalking people. Koberger's supervising instructor, however, was concerned that removing him from employment at WSU would open the university to a civil lawsuit from Koberger. Well, let's stop there for a minute. If this person believed that they could open themselves up to a lawsuit from BRYAN, what does that tell you guys? in my opinion, that tells me that they knew that it would have been unfounded. And being that BRYAN knows the law, that it would have proven, and he would have proven, whoever his attorney would have been or whatever, okay, that it was all bullshit. And then he would have sued them for many things, defamation of character, so many other charges, guys. We could look them up and find them, but there would have been no evidence. It would have been all unfounded, in my opinion. That's why they didn't go forward with anything, because they knew it was bullshit. This, again, is my opinion, but that's how I'm seeing this now. Thereby elevating the financial interests of the university above the safety, security of the students, staff, and members of the Pullman Moscow community. WSUPD is intended to be critically important bulwark. What the hell? Be a critically important bulwark when it comes to protecting students and the community from sexual harassment, stalking, dangerous predators. However, prior to KOBERGER being hired by WSU and arriving in the Pullman Moscow community, the WSUPD had a long, troubling, this is something else I'm going to bring to the table. Long, troubling, and sordid history of tolerating and, in fact, fostering inappropriate sexual behavior in its own ranks and discouraging complete and accurate reporting of such misconduct. So here again, Pullman PD, like I said, and I've showed you guys this before, had multiple circumstances and situations where people, okay, students, female students, were being harassed, stalked, in turn, assaulted by police officers, folks. Pullman police officers. I showed you guys that before, okay? And again, this is kind of interesting to me. On we go. Listen kind of close to this too, okay? Discouraging complete and accurate reporting of such misconduct. In 2007, the WSU chief of police was demoted after an internal investigation found that he had viewed inappropriate emails on his university computer, forwarded to the other WSU police, and invited them to view them in 2011. WSU was fined over $80,000 by federal officials because of multiple sexual assaults that were not properly reported. WSU did not dispute the findings of the federal investigation. In 2022, WSU undertook an investigation of improper sexual activities by the WSU police force involving allegations that an officer had sex with a victim in the presidential suite of the Martin Stadium and the WSU Observatory while on duty. That the WSU leadership did not properly report the incidents. The investigation ultimately found that police department leadership exhibited gross misconduct, incompetence, and neglect of duty in response to claims of sexual misconduct. In August of 22, the WSU police chief, assistant chief, and captain all resigned. All three. The police chief, assistant chief, and captain all resigned prior to facing discipline for their actions. In response, WSU President Kirk Schultz issued a public statement indicating that WSU will not tolerate this kind of behavior nor the negligence of departmental command staff. Okay? Wow. And I agree with that statement that Fizzy just dropped. They should not have been allowed to resign. They should have been terminated and then therefore in turn charged, in my opinion, of course. A subsequent investigation into the offending officer. This was that sergeant that I brought to your attention a while back. During the fall semester of 22, found that he engaged in predatory grooming behavior. Now think about this date, this time period, folks. In the fall semester of 22. When is that time period, you guys? like September, October, November. Interesting, isn't it? Very interesting, isn't it? Just think about that. And I'll get to a point where I'll explain to you why. Okay. Um, Found that he engaged in predatory grooming behavior while in a supervisory role and had a history of sexual misconduct. Sexual misconduct. This is a police officer. Now, I'm going to remind you guys of something else real fast here. Okay? Just real quick. Think about something. And remember, one of the things that Kaylee was found to be doing was looking into RSOs that lived and were within this area, guys. Local RSOs, registered sex offenders. Okay, just think about this. This is all absolute theoretical, okay? But very interesting. I probably should have titled this differently because this whole thing right here, this may open a door to something different, you guys, is all I'm saying to you. Okay? That's all I'm saying. There's many things here that you have to go back and look at and say, wait a minute. Kaylee was looking into RSOs. What did you say to Maddie? What did you say to Adam? I told him everything. Okay. We'll just leave that there for now. Let me see something here real quick. Get this. Fizzy said, if you have anything like this on your record, you can't be a nurse. They take your license, so why not a cop? Well, they should take your 100% take your oh my god, there's a name for it. I can't think of what it's called right now, but you guys know what I mean. Take the ability to be a police officer because of that, because especially a police officer. So again, keep this stuff in the back of your mind, these little things I'm giving you. Where'd it go? A subsequent investigation of the offending officer during, oh wait, we already hit that. I'm sorry, you guys. It was against the above described backdrop of WSU. Administrative inaction and police department dysfunction that KOBERGER arrived in Poland, Moscow community immediately began engaging in overt harassing, stalking, and predatory behaviors, including repeatedly stalking over a period of months the 4 victims that he ultimately murdered on November 13th of 22. That is an absolute falsity, an absolute lie, period. Again, another point to have this tossed. Now, I'm going to throw BRYAN in the mix of this too real fast, you guys. Everybody wondered, how did BRYAN get involved in this if he didn't do this? How do we know who BRYAN is if nobody else did? They didn't know him. There's absolutely zero connection, correct? We all know that. The law enforcement themselves stated that, as well as prosecution. Okay. Okay, RJ, I will definitely look into that. But there's that. So what if, because BRYAN went to WSU, BRYAN lived in WSU area, okay? What if BRYAN fell into something himself as being that he liked to look into things like this because of his schooling, and he had an interest in that because of the schooling as well? What if he looked into something and found something? Oh, shit. What if he found something that he shouldn't have? Okay. Maybe him and Kaylee saw the same thing or fell into the same thing. Once again, this is just a couple things to keep in the back of your mind. That's all I'm saying. 1 second, guys. Subsequent forensic examination of KOBERGER's electronic devices revealed that he had performed many searches regarding home invasions. Well, since he's looking into sexually based burglaries, gee, I wonder why. Thank you, Meg. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Where was I at? Sorry. Um, Co-ed killings, serial killers. Koberger search history also revealed internet searches about psychopaths, paranoia, and porn involving exclusively non-consensual sex acts. That all of that, all of that plays into what he was studying. He had a book about college girls that are sexually assaulted or something like that. That's one of the books that he had. Okay. um, all of this stuff plays into, and again, the pornography involving exclusively non-consensual acts. Well, that's yes, okay, but that again plays into what he's studying, folks. It doesn't mean anything other than that, in my opinion. So, and again, this is somebody that's going to school. This is the big part of this to me that bothers me the most. This man is going to college to get a doctorate, okay, PhD, whatever you want to call it, to be able to help people in the long run. Like one got his commission. That's what it's called, your commission. Police officers get a commission. One got his commission to become a New York police NYPD officer, correct? To help, to protect, and to serve. Bryan Kohberger was going to college to get his PhD in cloud-based forensics, okay, criminology, to help to solve crimes. It's the same damn thing, okay? When I went and got my certifications and everything to become a firefighter, I went to fire school to get my medic certifications and all that stuff, guys. EMS, first responder, all that stuff is to help people. That's what this is about. Not to harm somebody, not to hurt somebody. It's to help people, for Christ's sakes. So again, keep that in mind. Thank you so much, Meg. And again, I want to thank anybody that chooses to support our channel via Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Guys, it's never expected. That stuff comes directly to me. There's no percentage taken out of that. And it comes to me immediately. And therefore, in turn, I can pay the internet bill, all the bills here that we have to keep this running day after day. So it is so very greatly appreciated when you guys support us that way. But we do not expect you to do it at all, folks. Just understand. So thank you. Moving forward. So exclusively non-consensual a search history also included research on a serial killer named Danny Rolling. This is the Gainesville Ripper, who they based the movie Scream off of. Okay. He was a serial killer named Danny Rolling who murdered 5 college students in Gainesville, Florida, by entering a college apartment through a sliding glass door, masked and dressed in black, stabbed his victims to death using a K-bar knife, all features of Kohberger's later murders. Okay. Subsequent law enforcement investigation also revealed that Kohberger had driven around the home of the murder victims in the middle of the night over a dozen times. And as early as August of 22, we all know that that's not true either. But okay, we'll throw that in here too. Let me check for you real quick, Hottie. Thank you for that. God bless. I will look real fast here. I'm sorry. Guys, just give me 1 minute just to make sure I did receive. And again, thank you all so very much for any of you that choose to do that. It is so very much appreciated, guys. I promise you. 1 moment here. But that's interesting, you guys, that now they're trying to go and base this off of the fact saying that, well, because Bryan looked into Danny Rolling or the Gainesville Ripper, that means that he committed this crime. Well, okay. He studied it because that's what he studied, folks. He was looking into it because, again, that's what he studied, folks. It's insane. Holy shit. Thank you so very much, Hottie. God bless you. My God. That is so very much appreciated. So very much appreciated. That is so amazing. You have no idea. God bless. So very generous, you guys. And all of you for that are doing that kind of stuff. Thank you so much. It helps me so much more than you have any idea of. God bless you so much. Hottie, that's amazing. Such an angel. So very generous. Wow. I did receive it. So there you go again, folks. Again, Scream. We all saw the movie. Okay, most of us did probably if you like those movies. Again, that movie is based off of, I covered it in my Midnight series when I did that a couple years back. I covered movies based off of true crimes that have happened. There's a lot of them out there. Guys, please make sure to thank Hottie for the donation to the channel. It's going to help us so much in keeping the channel moving. It was absolutely amazing, and God bless. Very much appreciated. So yeah, that's what they're putting in here on this. So they're trying to make it look like that BRYAN based what he did off of Danny Rolling. No, not even close, in my opinion. Not even close, you guys. Not even close. That's ridiculous. But okay, do what you got to do. But this is just pointing to other things. And like SRB said, she herself came up with her own kind of a different opinion on some things. And I think I see it as well. Okay. I truly do. Yes. Amazing. Amazing. Again, those types of things is what keeps us going here. Well, we appreciate you so very much, Hottie. God bless. Amazing. So keep that in the back of your mind again. Where are we at here? Mask dressed in black stabbed his victims to death using K-bar knife. All features of KOBERGER's later murder and many other. Let me remind you, many other crimes that have been committed, many other murders that have been committed the same type of way. It doesn't mean it's the same thing. Okay. Subsequent law enforcement investigation also revealed KOBERGER had driven. We read that already, which we know has been proven to be not true in some aspects as well. Despite having a formal threat assessment team, a now common practice at universities, to proactively identify, assess, and manage individuals who may pose a risk of violence, WSU wholly failed to follow that process with KOBERGER and instead allowed his dangerous behaviors to escalate while it simultaneously continued to support him financially and provide him with access to the university resources and students. So again, I'm going to stop that there and say, nope. A college is going to look into these reports because imagine you heard her say that she didn't want to do this at one point in time because she was kind of worried that maybe BRYAN would sue them, right? So if there had the thought of worry about lawsuits coming, you don't think they're going to look into the situation? Come on, you guys. And again, I believe that they looked into the situation and it was unfounded, therefore in turn moved forward. Maybe they had a talk with him and said, I don't know what's going on, but there's certain people making certain accusations. Maybe you could tone this down or maybe do this or do that. But we know that happened in some aspect, okay? But again, this is completely unfounded, folks. There's no creditation to this, in my opinion. Or they would have done something serious here to protect themselves. Not to protect their students. And I hate to say it like this, but to protect themselves. Any place like this is going to do this to protect them. Not their students, them. Period. Okay? Any large organization that has the ability to have a lawsuit filed against them financially could strain them. Come on. We know how that works, you guys. We're not stupid. Welcome, Margaret. Good to see you. Or they didn't find it credible. 100%. That is absolutely exactly what I'm thinking. I missed you as well, Miss Margaret. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. 184 beautiful peeps in here, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button if you can, so we can get this in that algorithm. If we already haven't, just keep doing it because YouTube loves it. I see you, Miss Brandy. Thank you for being here. If you can hear me, I hope. So therefore, again, back to where I was. Provide him with access to university research student, blah, blah, where I read that. And keep him housed rent-free in the Pullman, Moscow community. As a result of WSU's actions and failures, 4 young college students were brutally murdered. You've got to be kidding me, folks. Come on.
Bullshit. A bullshit? A bullshit?
There is no way in hell No way in hell. That statement is so out of the wind, guys. It's nuts. As a result of WSU's actions and failures, 4 young college students were brutally murdered. That's absolute bullshit. And that shouldn't even be allowed to be put in there. I'm sorry. I heard you. I ain't deaf. Well, Brandy, the last time I said something, you said you didn't hear me, dear. So that's why I said that. Yeesh. They don't investigate 13 formal complaints, but he makes 2 complaints in prison, and it's front page news online. Bingo and amen. All right, so unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, defamation case for Yeah. Hell, defamation case for BRYAN, in my opinion. How many of the 13 were from the same Karen? Jippa says, that's a great question, my friend. I'd like to, I would love to see those formal, I want to see those complaints, you guys. I need to see those, in my opinion. So, Steve Goncalves is a citizen of the state of Idaho, and is the surviving father of Kaylee Goncalves. Steve brings a survival claim and wrongful death claim as personal representative of the estate of Kaylee Jade Goncalves. Karen Laramie is a citizen of the state of Idaho, surviving mother of Madison Logan. Karen brings, okay, I'm not going to read that because we know what that is. Welcome, Christina. We also have Jeffrey Kernodle is here for Xana, state of Arizona, and brings his suit as well. And of course, Stacy Chapin, citizen of Washington, resident of Skagit County, and is a surviving mother of Ethan Chapin. And Stacy brings a survival claim and wrongful death claim as personal representative of the estate of Ethan. Okay. WSU is a subdivision of the state of Washington, operates public university with campuses across the state. All acts and omissions of defendant alleged in this complaint are alleged to have been committed by agents or employees of defendant acting within the course and scope of their agency and or employment, including members of WSU Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, members of the WSU Police Department, and members of the WSU administration. So the jurisdiction and venue says this court has original subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to the Constitution of the state of Washington, Article 5-6. Wait, I need my glasses. I think that's what that says. I might be wrong. Venue is proper in Skagit County pursuant to RCW 4.92.0101, as plaintiff Stacy Chapin resides in Skagit County. Venue is also proper in Skagit County pursuant to RCW 4.12.025, as WSU has offices in Skagit County, Washington, and transacts business with Skagit County, Washington. WSU has sufficient contacts within this judicial district to subject it to the personal jurisdiction of this court. All prerequisites to suit under RCW 4.92.090 have been met. So factual allegations common to all counts. Stalking is a serious and prevalent risk to college students, and stalking is a serious and prevalent threat facing college-age young adults, both on and off campus. Up to 40% of college students, particularly women, report being stalked since entering college. The highest rates of stalking are experienced by students 18 through 24 years of age, and most stalkers are also students. Stalkers on college campuses are more likely to be acquaintances of the victim, such as a classmate, friend, or someone else that they recognize. Those diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders are also more likely to engage in stalking behavior. Wow, what the actual fuck? Are you kidding me? Those diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders are also more likely to engage in stalking behavior. We're going to get into something with that one, guys. I'm taking notes here. You still here, Hemi?
Yeah, I'm here
Okay.
listening.
Oh, boy.
We're back to stalking now.
I knew that was going to piss me off there. Oh, buddy. You feel like reading any more, bud?
I get you.
Let
All
me
right,
read
number
this.
44. In addition to being a crime, stalking is commonly a violation of university policies and violation of Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. It is critical for universities to promptly identify and appropriately respond to stalking behavior. As a Title IX violation, mandatory reporters at universities are required to report any instances of stalking to the Title IX office. Under Washington state law, Title IX and Clery Act, stalking is number 47 needs to be scroll up a little bit. There you go. Stalking is defined as an engaging in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that would cause reasonable person to fear the person's safety or safety of others, or suffer substantial emotions and distress. Of course, a course of conduct is two or more acts. Common stalking behaviors include unwanted communication, showing up when not invited, following surveillance and threats. Number 50 is the most commonly identified stalking tactic is surveillance, which includes watching, following, monitoring, and gathering information about the victim. This can occur in both in person and online. 51. Tactics include intimidation or menacing behavior are also common with stalking. Fear is a central element of stalking, and victims often might not report that they are being stalked, but rather report the perpetrator will not leave them alone or have his or that he is acting creepy. Stalkers commonly use sorry something control tactics and extend power or control over their victims. Stalking is often associated with physical and sexual violence. Let me scroll up. And studies show that stalking increased the risk of homicide by threefold. Stalking is a known indicator of an urgent, volatile, and risky situation because stalking involves pattern of behavior that often includes multiple and varied tactics. It is critical for university to promptly coordinate their responses so the complaints that concerning behavior can properly urgently be identified as stalking. Stalking behaviors often change and escalate over time, and it is therefore critical and University document all stalking behavior, even if it seems minor.
All right, hang on a minute here. I'm going to pull something up real fast. I want to show you guys. If you
Now
don't,
that we've been schooled about stalking.
they're fucked in the head. Excuse my language, you guys. I told you I'm
Go ahead, man. It's your show, man. You can cuss if you want to. I feel you though. Shit. See?
I'm disgusted, sick to my stomach, disgusted right now. Um, I just want to show you guys something. Oh, these people make me so fucking angry right now. Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990 as amended. Here is the text of the Americans with Disabilities Act from 1990. The ADA, including changes made, blah, 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 okay, of 2008. Congress passed the ADA as a public law, and it originally was in a different format than presented here to make the law more widely available. The ADA, excuse me, the ADA was later reformatted and published in volume 42, called Title 42. I'm sure you guys may have heard that. Of the United States Code. One small part of the ADA is found in Title 47 of the United States Code, and the text below mirrors the law as it is found in the U.S. Code because the numbering system, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Read this document to understand your legal rights and responsibilities under the American Disabilities Act, okay? Congress finds that physical or mental disabilities in no way diminish a person's right to fully participate in all aspects of fucking society. Yet, many people with physical or mental disabilities have been precluded from doing so because of discrimination. Others who have a record of disability or are regarded as having disability also have been subjected to discrimination. Historically, society has tended to isolate and segregate individuals with disabilities, and despite some improvements, such forms of discrimination against individuals with disabilities continue to be a serious and pervasive social problem. You fucking think? I do. Discrimination against individuals with disabilities persists in such critical areas as employment, ding, 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 housing, public accommodations, education, ding, 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 transportation, communication, recreation, institutionalization, health services, voting, and access to public services. Unlike individuals who have experienced discrimination on the basis of race, color, sex, national origin, religion, or age, individuals who have experienced discrimination on the basis of disability often had no legal recourse to redress such discrimination. Individuals with disabilities continually encounter various forms of discrimination, including outright intentional. Pay attention to this one. Outright intentional exclusion, the discriminatory effects of architectural, transportation, and communication barriers, overprotective rules and policies, failure to make modifications to existing facilities and practices, exclusionary qualification standards and criteria, segregation, and relegation to lesser services, programs, activities, benefits, jobs, and other opportunities. I'm not going to read on right now, but we're going to cover this at some point, you guys. But I want you to hear there's a lot here, okay? And I want you to tell me that if anything that I just read within this document remind you of anything I just read to you from the ADA. Because I'll be damned if I'm going to sit here and watch and listen to this bullshit knowing that this is why they're doing this. To make the statement that, or what was it, number 46? Number 46, guys. Shame on you. Shame on you. Where'd it go? No, not that one. Not that one. Which number was that? I'm sorry, you guys. Damn it. Oh, number 43. That's it. Number 43. Remember that number, everybody. Those diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders are also more likely to engage in stalking behavior. Okay. Wow. Remember that statement, everybody. Fucking bullies. Fucking bully. I've dealt with bullying my child for his entire life. Okay. Shame on any person that does this, because this is sickening to me watching this happen right now. Sickening. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to say this clearly too. Even if Brian was the person that committed this crime, it has nothing to do with anything else that has to do with this. The autism, this or that, or any of, no, stop it now, okay? Because it's sickening. That is so wrong. So wrong. Oh my God, I'm so pissed off. Anyway, because stalking involves a pattern of we're gonna have a whole entire show about this shit again, folks. The autism stuff and all that other stuff, because I'm sick of this shit. Because stalking involves a pattern of behavior that it often includes multiples and varied tactics, it is critical that universities promptly coordinate their response so that the complaints about concerning behavior can properly and urgently be identified as stalking. And again, folks, one more thing. Remember this. Brian did not stalk anybody. And the prosecutor that was prosecuting him for the murder said, Brian didn't stalk anybody. The two lead detectives said, Brian did not stalk anybody. So how this is put into this makes no sense to me. And how they're going, I think it's going to get tossed. I truly think it. And if it doesn't, oh, buddy, I'm going to have some issues. Welcome, Deborah Woman. Good to see you. Johanna Proberger, you as well. Anybody else that just popped in here? Or Carolyn Prasad, great to see you. Foxy, good to see you. Guys, make sure you're following Miss Sarah D over on X over there. She keeps everything in this case so very organized together. In a great and amazing way, if you will, please and thank you. Check it out. Yeah, you do an amazing job, Sarah. Oh, there's a ton of issues with this one. But you know what my biggest issue is, obviously. You heard me start flinging the words, so. And again, anybody that may be offended by my language, I'm gonna apologize up front, as I did earlier. I just this burns my ass so bad. In Stitches, good to see you. And allegedly redacted, welcome to you. All right. Stalking behaviors often change and escalate over time. It's therefore critical that universities document all stalking behavior even if it appears minor, which again wasn't done because I don't think it was unfounded. Recognizing the extreme danger that stalking can pose to students, many universities have processes designed to ensure a coordinated response for reports of stalking or sexual violence that involves campus police, students, affairs, and what the hell does that say? Is that Title 9?
Yeah, that's what I call it.
I forget some of these. Once you get up high on the Roman numeral charts, I forget them, guys.
Yeah, it's 9.
Okay. WSU in particular has implemented policies and procedures designed to prohibit, prevent, and intervene in situations involving discriminatory bullshit, harassing bullshit, stalking, or predatory behavior, and to discipline its employees and students who engage in these behaviors. So therefore, again, if that's true, if they have implemented policies and procedures designed to prohibit this, guess what? I'm going to venture to say that they used those. Welcome, Nomad. Good to see you. That could be huge. That would close the circle between BKKG and the actions of Moscow. No stairs to the balcony, indeed. And I'm sure here to help. Thank you so very much for that. And we appreciate you. Altruistic Murders in the house today. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Not to mention the stupid ass clip on fucking fog lights that some dumbasses out there think that is a real thing. Moving on. God, I'm so irritated right now. I'm so irritated it's giving me a headache. um, so I'm going to tell you guys that I believe that if this is the case, that WSU has these things implemented, looked into it, it was unfounded and discredited, and that's why nothing was done. This is my opinion, guys, of course. So again, WSU has policies and procedures to control conduct and prohibit and prevent discrimination, harassment, and stalking. Well, guess what? The one thing that doesn't seem that they did do was they didn't implement those procedures to prohibit the discrimination against BRYAN KOBERGER and harassment and stalking of him. Nobody did that, though, did they? Conveniently. Jane, thank you so much for that, dear. Hold on one moment, folks. Looks like Jane Bosch dropped 5 new memberships here for us. Smitty received one. Juror 13 got one. Jibba, or just JP got one. Our Murky Piglet got one. And Beth Wagner, congrats to you guys. Welcome to the sauce. It is great to have all you new meatballs jumping in here as we spill this sauce every single day. I do appreciate you, and God bless, Jane. Very generous of you and very sweet. Thank you so very much for that. Is there a history of this? For example, did his previous schools have the same concerns? And you know what? I'm glad you said that, Sour Girl. Because no. Nope. Nope. Not no, but hell no. Okay? There was absolute, if I remember correctly, the teacher that recommended it, BRYAN, and sent the recommendations to WSU had nothing but amazing things to say about how much of an amazing person BRYAN was, how much of an amazing student BRYAN was. The exact opposite of this shit. So you tell me what that tells you. Okay? That's what I saw. Now, was there any other... The only statement I ever saw made was about the teacher that recommended him making all these amazing statements about him. I've never seen any other documents put out about negative things about BRYAN from any of the other schools. Never. So I can't say, unless you show me the documents, I'm going to say no. Can we talk money? What type of settlement would they expect? And what is a trial going to cost? I suspect they will go to trial. I don't think it's going to go to trial. In this occasion, Christine, no. What I think is going to happen is they're asking for $400 million, and the school will probably try to sell for half of that, maybe a little less. We'll see, maybe $2 million, one something like that, and then they'll all split it between the 4 of them. That's what I see happening before this even goes anywhere. That's just, again, my opinion. Chess Crafty, welcome to you. In Idaho, they legally can't say he was stalking them unless they knew he specifically was stalking them. He still could have been without them knowing. Well, sure, but law enforcement and prosecution said no, he wasn't. Based on what they learned, he wasn't. So that should throw this lawsuit right there, in my opinion. I'm just saying. They will settle for $1 million. Altruistic says that's probably what I'm guessing too. Good guess, and that's my opinion as well. How do you even put a dollar amount on a life as a parent, especially? Thank you so much for that statement. There's absolutely no proof of him stalking. Otherwise, they would have that. Was he stalking them and they don't know it? Maybe. I don't see it, but maybe. Okay. That's just, again, my opinion. If they settle, there will be an NDA and a no statement of guilt by WSU, of course. Good point, JP. Good point. They won't be able to speak on it again after that. They won't be able to attack WSU and say they did this, or that if they settle for that. So, and False Star jumping in with another super chat. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much. That gave us number 3 on our goal. And that's amazing. You guys are all super duper amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. They didn't, Speedy. They didn't prove shit. That is absolution. Good points there, too. What did we have here? Somebody made a statement up here. I'm trying to keep up with chat, guys. Bear with me. I'm sorry. V Slim's in the house. Good to see you, V. Thanks for joining us, dear. We appreciate you very much. Where is Richie at? I don't see Richie. Maybe I missed it then. Well, I don't think so. It depends on the circumstances and what damage it can do, Christine, in my opinion. If it's bad enough, and this is pretty high profile with his name and all that, it could damage the school in a bad way. So settling out of court, you're right. That could look bad. I agree with you on that one. To take this to trial, though, that would be a lot as well. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. That's a good point, you guys. I'm very curious to see how this goes down. Truly. All right. Sorry, guys. All right. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I was just saying, if with everything that's coming out, in maybe about a year or two down the road, BK gets a wild hair up his ass and decides to uh, file his appeal. They be able to use everything they've already released for that, or would it have to be something totally different?
I think it has to be new evidence. I think it has to be new evidence brought to the table to use that version or to use that for that type of appeal, in my opinion. And if I may be wrong, you guys, but that's what my understanding has been is that if to do something like that, you need to provide new evidence that hasn't been shown already to counteract what has been shown. You know what I mean?
I'm having trouble because even though he has pleaded guilty, but still they didn't go to trial.
Right.
I'm having issues with everything. It's giving me a headache. Maybe it's my ignorance. I don't
I
know.
get it.
Uh, anyway, that's all I have.
I got you. It's a good question, but that's how I believe it works. Yes.
Oh, in that video I was referring to earlier, touches on that as well. That's the reason why I was.
Yeah. No, we're definitely going to check it out. We're definitely going to check it out. It also says WSU was obligated to control Koberger under the requirements of its employment agreement with him. WSU gave Koberger a written offer of employment to serve in the role of a teaching assistant, which offer Koberger signed in agreement. Under the requirements of the employment agreement, WSU was obligated to control Mr. Koberger. WSU policy provides. Oh, somebody asked. Thank you for that, Tomboy. That is my Cash App, guys. And thank you, Tomboy, for putting that in there. Koberger, where to go? WSU policy provides that a teaching assistantship is an appointment in which a graduate student's primary duty is teaching or serving as a teaching assistant. Koberger's employment, excuse me, with WSU came with conditions and obligations. 1 second. Hold on. Make sure you guys are clicking on the link that SRB's dropping. Signing this, what the hell? This petition. Thank you. Somebody donated to PayPal again. Thank you for that. Whoever that was, it doesn't show me right now. God bless. Very much appreciated. You guys are so very amazing. Again, thank you. All right. Koberger's employment with WSU came with conditions and obligations, as I said, under WSU policies. One condition of employment was that Koberger complete a sexual misconduct declaration prior to his hire. Prior to being hired, he had to complete a sexual misconduct declaration. He had to declare that whether he was the subject of any findings or investigation into sexual misconduct, a failure to provide complete and accurate information in this declaration can result in WSU withdrawing the offer of employment, which did never happen. So interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's see here. Presumably, this sexual misconduct declaration is intended to identify and prevent potential inappropriate interactions with the undergraduate students that Koberger would be interacting with in his employment with the university. WSU also has a policy requiring pre employment background checks. Well, obviously, most places do. Anonymous just signed number 915. You are so amazing. That is amazing. Yes, yes, yes. All right, all right, all right. Very much appreciated, Anonymous. Thank you for that. Had WSU performed a comprehensive pre-employment background check on Koberger, it likely would have revealed significant red flags and the risk of hiring Koberger and bringing him to the Pullman Moscow community. I don't believe that, as I believe that they did, being that it is a college. Did their background check on him. The man doesn't have a background. Okay. He had, when he was 16 years old, he stole his sister's phone. Okay. And it wasn't even ran through like you would think as far as criminally. So once again,
bullshit.
just saying. Okay. WSU was obligated to control Koberger under requirements of its graduate school policies and procedures manual. WSU was further obligated to control under the requirements of the graduate school policies procedures manual. As a teaching assistant, an employee of WSU, Koberger was required to abide by and meet the regulations and policies set forth in the graduate school policies and procedures manual. Right there. All right. Again, Just a Devil Woman says you have to do a background check and fingerprint. They did. This is a school, folks. Okay? School. Unbelievable. So there's the manual. Okay. And I'm not going to delve into that right now. But again, WSU policies require that Koberger be at work each normal workday, including periods when the university classes are not in session. WSU also states that key contributors to the WSU community, graduate students, graduate assistants have a responsibility to maintain high standards of professional and ethical conduct. To that end, WSU policy requires that all graduate teaching assistants complete the Human Resources Services Discrimination, Sexual Harassment, and Sexual Misconduct Prevention training. Failure to timely complete this training can result in loss of employment with WSU, which he obviously did. They were obligated to control Koberger under the requirements of its Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology Graduate Handbook. You mind reading a little bit more, Hemi?
Similarly, the WSU, first of all, before I start, you're required to run a background check before you hire him, and had any of this or anything like it was on his record in Pennsylvania, he wouldn't be there at all, period.
Yep.
So by them running a background check on him, and evidently it must have came clean because he was there working, none of this was on his background. I'm just thought I'd throw that out. Similarly, the WSU Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology Graduate Handbook, which Koberger was also required to comply with, highlights the significance of his employment with state of Washington and the importance of behaving appropriately. It would be remembered that TA Apartments qualified the student to be an employee of both the university and the state. Students are expected to uphold the standards of professional conduct that applied by his status. In particular, students should be familiar with the policies regarding inappropriate workplace conduct, amorous relationships, and respect for undergraduate students, unsatisfactory reports of TA. Responsibilities could result in discontinuation of funding as determined by chair and consulta- consultation of relevant faculty. Moreover, as teaching assistant employed by WSU, the university had increased supervision and oversight responsibility with respect to Koberger's conduct. In other words, he was already being under they already had him under investigation, right? That's what that was
They
saying.
had put him on like a probationary program, from my understanding, but well, also my understanding that once they did that, that he started to like change it up a little bit. Basically, it was just his attitude, I guess, or his interaction with people, because in my opinion, he was uncomfortable. And they told him, hey, you need to lighten up a little bit here or there, and so on and so forth, and he did. And they even said that there showed improvement at the one document that I read, so that's fine. There's Richie Rich. Um, so I'm just saying, it is what it is. Where are you at? Where were you? Where'd you leave off at, Hemi?
Scroll up a little bit. I think I was up there at 76.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead then. My apologies.
Oh, you good. Moreover, as a teaching assistant employed by WSU, the university had increased supervision and oversight responsibility with respect to Koberger's conduct. WSU policies state that departments and programs working with teaching assistants should be provide adequate supervision and training. WSU was obligated to control Koberger under its standards of conduct for students. 78. WSU also was obligated to control Koberger under its standards of conduct in students. WSU policies state that termination mid semester can be recommended if a teaching assistant encounters performance difficulties, such as continual deficient performance and or misconduct while performing the duties of assistantship. Misconduct while engaging in other educational activities, violation of the university academic integrity policies, or violation of the university standards of conduct for students.
All right. Let's see. If a WSU graduate teaching assistant is suspended or expelled as a result of a violation with the standards of conduct, their assistantship is terminated immediately. The standards of conduct set forth WSU's policies regarding certain conduct by students and employees, like teaching assistants. WSU expects teaching assistants to comply with the standards of conduct both on and off campus, and they are subject to the WSU disciplinary process if they violate standards of conduct.
A WSU representative previously testified in another lawsuit against WSU involving a student's death off campus that the Center for Community Standards can respond to reported violations that occur off campus if they create safety concerns or if they impact reputation of the university negative. In fact, most WSU Center of Community Standards investigations concern behavior that uh, occurs at private residence, off campus, or in close proximity to campus. Right. So if you go to, and I know a lot of places has that where if you go, it don't matter where you go. If you get on any kind of social media, where like Facebook or something like that, and you post something negative towards that place of business or university or whatever,
Right.
there's strict. You can lose your job because of that. In other words,
Sure. Sure. Yes. Welcome, James. Absolutely. Absolutely. Under
because
his terms. Go ahead. What are you saying?
I was just saying that's all part of being the reputation on the line.
Yeah. 100%. Yes. Under his terms of enrollment at WSU, Koberger acknowledged the university's authority to take disciplinary action for conduct on or off university property, and that is detrimental to the university's mission. In fact, the stated purpose of WSU's disciplinary purpose, excuse me, processes, Jesus, and standards of conduct is to protect the welfare of the community. Similarly, the basic philosophy behind the WSU standards of conduct and disciplinary processes is to guide and correct behaviors to protect the rights of all students and to support a safe environment for the students, the university, and the community at large. WAC 504 206 001. The WSU standards of conduct prohibit physical harm or threats, physical harm, harassment, and stalking, among other behaviors. Well, again, this could be flipped. And they were doing this to him as well, you guys, but that was not reprimanded again. So, okay. um, include but not limited to, or I'm sorry, the WSU standards of conduct in Washington law define threat to include, but not limited to, a statement of an intention to inflict pain, injury, damage, or other hostile action to another person. Threat can come in the form of actions or words. Again, did I read that? WAC 504 26204. No, I read different statute. Okay. The WSU standards of conduct in Washington law define harassment as conduct by any means that is severe, persistent, or pervasive and is of such a nature that it would cause a responsible person in the complainant's position substantial emotional distress and undermine their ability to work, study, or participate in the regular life activities or participate in the activities of the university, and or actually doesn't cause the complainant substantial emotional distress and undermines the complainant's ability to work, study, or participate in the complainant's regular life activities or participate in the activities of the university. Now, if you guys were to think about this flip-flopped, okay, imagine how this, if Brian would have either realized or was worried enough about it, what they were doing to him, what he could have gained from doing this if this wouldn't have went down the way it did, and maybe still could, because what it would have affected with him. You see what I'm saying? Maybe this affected his ability to be a good TA. Maybe he did know it. Okay, and they're grasping at straws here, guys. This is so pathetic. Welcome, Shane. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, because especially like we was talking about just the other day when we got on that rant about their priorities.
Yeah,
They're so like 100% sure that this is the guy.
yep,
Right? They know it balls to bones. Just because the prosecutor said so, the law enforcement said so, and despite all their lies and all their bullshit, even hearing you coming on through mainstream media to share your displeasure over the prosecutor not getting a life sentence or this and that and the other.
right,
Now, where I'm going with this, Dago, is all of that has not been proven.
right.
We've never gone to trial.
Exactly.
Had everything gone to trial and did not end to a plea deal, everything would have been out of light.
Uh
So going to these extremes that they have to basically go after WSU, I sincerely question their sanity,
Yeah.
because it's just oh the greed of these people here.
Right.
You're grasping at straws. You're
Oh, badly. Very badly. Thank you, White
I'm
Rabbit.
hoping that this gets thrown out. I mean, I
I,
imagine it will, but I don't know. We'll
I
see.
I agree with you on that one. I imagine it will too, but we'll see because of the basis of it and who is filing it. There's people that are going to want to. I feel like this is going to be a tight spot for WSU because they're going to feel like they're between a rock and a hard place because these are families of the victims, okay, and they don't want to, talk down to or make it look like they don't care about what their loss was, which we all do as well. But you cannot use this situation, which is what I see. Use this type of a situation, the loss of your children, to attack this place because you feel that, which I still struggle with them believing that any of them believe that WSU is the reason why Brian is the suspect. I'm just saying. So again, it's kind of ridiculous to me.
It is, and it's like karma. You mentioned karma earlier.
Oh yeah,
Think about what comes around goes around, and comes when it goes
yeah,
around again, it comes back around 10 times worse. So if you're throwing all your money in the basket and going, okay, we're going to go for this, and we're going to go for a big payday. Well, if it does backfire against you, and this gets thrown out of court, and you be laughed out laughing, they be laughing at your ass. Uh, that may have in turn, what comes around goes around 2 times is what I mean is, well, you just opened a can of worms about this over here. Everything that's being
right,
done, I'm gonna have to
right.
look into that. But I'm just saying, if when he files his appeal and he ends up winning his appeal and gets released, and then turns around and sues your ass for defamation of character, I hope he gets back more than what you asked for. Hopefully, Brian Koberger will be a dango multimillionaire. I know I would. That's just my opinion. You see what I'm saying, Dago?
What'd you say, bud? You cut out for some
Yeah.
reason.
You see what I was doing with that? If
Yeah,
they go and throw everything at all their money at this, okay, and they go to court and they lose their ass.
of course. Yeah,
Then year two later, Brian Koberger goes ahead and puts his appeal in and wins out, becomes a free man, then turn around and sue your asses for defamation of character and gets pretty good lump sum. That's how that karma is going to work on your
and
ass.
what's sad is I don't see him doing it. I don't see Brian as being the person. If he were to have this overturned, so on and so forth, I don't see him doing that. I just don't. Other than being, unless somebody says, Brian, I really think you need to do this. Maybe his mom, dad, or something like that. But I just don't see it happening, you guys. He doesn't seem like that person. I can imagine him saying, well, they may have thought this, that, or this. I understand that. That's how I take that him as a person. So that's my opinion, of course. I could be wrong. Holy shnikes, she's in the house. Lucy, you got some sublime to do. Good to see you, dear.
I just can't get my head out of that, though, Dago. How you can just throw your whole life away.
I get it. I get it. White Rabbit, thank you again. You've been very generous today. The Gonsalves are intent on never working again. Just plastic surgery and Ozempics on tap. It's my hope that this is a Jesus Christ, Rabbit. If this is a roundabout way of getting discovery. That's what I was hoping for, if nothing else. But unfortunately, I have a bad feeling that it's about money to me. And that saddens me as a parent and as a human being. Um, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And that's what I hope, Becky. I hope that it is absolutely a roundabout way, a deceiving type way to be able to get the discovery that they were denied in some aspects to get some truth. I pray to God that's truly why they're doing this, and that it's not the financial aspect. And if it is, then I understand to that aspect. They weren't given what they wanted, they needed, and here it is. But I kind of have doubts on that. Just saying. Kind of have doubts on that. Thank you, Lucy, for Sparkle. That is why they always made sure to use the term off campus and throws the responsibility out of the way for the school because it was off campus house. Right. I got you. 100%, Richie. On we go.
Yeah, well, I guess
So
it's just
again,
my wishful thinking.
I'm sorry.
That's just my wishful thinking, I guess.
Yeah, and
What I'm
I
hoping.
hope myself, yes. Right after being called out for the GoFundMe, they start suing the schools. Right. I mean, it is what it is. I do get you, Rabbit. Don't worry. I get you. It's okay. Um, Wait a minute here. Anatamoipa. There we go. That's Greek. Pleading is not a confession. With all evidence that comes out now is evident why he pled. Now we see that they had nothing. As for the suing, these people look so ridiculous, so greedy. Absolutely, I agree with you. Thank you for being here, Anatamoipa. Okay, on we go. Again, the WSU Standards of Conduct, Washington State law, federal law defines stalking as engaging in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that would cause a reasonable person to fear for their safety or the safety of others, or suffer substantial emotional distress. Course of conduct means two or more acts, including but not limited to acts in which the stalker directly, indirectly, or through third parties by any action, method, device, or means follows, monitors, observes, surveils, threatens, or communicates to or about a person or interferes with a person's property. Again, WAC 504 26 223 34 USC 12291 A36. Sanctions for violation to the WSU standards of conduct can include temporary or permanent dismissal from the university, as well as a trespass admonition, and you know what I mean. Sorry, that would restrict the offender from any or all university premises based on their misconduct. Again, WAC 504 26 425. So again, it states WSU was obligated to control KOBERGER under its executive policy number 15. WSU has a policy prohibiting discrimination and harassment called Executive Policy 15, EP 15, that obligated it to control KOBERGER, in which it recognizes can impact the community. This is their policy right here, you guys. Hold on a minute. Washington State University recognizes that discrimination and harassment can impact the ability of students, staff, faculty, and community members to participate in, access, or reap the benefits of educational and employment opportunities. WSU is committed to creating and maintaining a diverse, inclusive, accessible, and equitable community. WSU encourages reporting and questions, even anonymous questions, to compliance and civil rights under this policy. WSU offers support even if reporting parties choose to limit the information they disclose. That is Executive Policy 50. It is broader than Title IX, and therefore conduct that does not technically violate Title IX can, however, still violate EP 15. EP15 generally applies to all students, faculty, staff, and others that have an association with WSU. Like Title IX, EP15 prohibits stalking. Once again, there was no stalking. So, you want to read a little bit more, my friend?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. If you don't
Yes.
want
Yeah.
to, tell me, Jeff.
Yeah. I got you.
Okay.
EP15 requires that all WSU employees, including student employees who have information regarding sexual harassment, must report that information to WSU's Compliance and Civil Rights Office. Sexual harassment includes stalking. EP 15 provides mechanism for reporting and investigating violations, which primarily handled by CCR office. EP 15 also provides violation of the policy subject the offender to discipline. WSU was obligated to control KOBERGER under its executive policy of 42. WSU also was obligated to control KOBERGER under its executive policy of 42. In the aftermath of mass killings on both K-12 and college campus, including those at Columbine High School in Colorado and Virginia Polytechnic Institute, State University, Virginia Tech, United States Secret Service developed programs to detect, prevent incidents of mass violence involving principles of behavior threat assessment. The threat assessment and management, these are proactive evidence based process to identify, assess, and manage individuals who may pose risk of violence.
All right. Thank you, sir. Focusing on concerning behaviors and communications to prevent harm before it happens. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security, through its Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, emphasizes threat assessment and management teams are effective, proactive, and protective measures that are designed to prevent, not predict, potential acts of targeted violence and terrorism. And that is a link to the website that explains that, I believe. Threat assessment teams, or TATs, are now commonplace at colleges and universities throughout the United States and have become a critical part of the standard of care for preventing violence on campuses and in surrounding communities. In addition, WSU CCR Office and Disciplinary Processes, WSU, also has a threat assessment team as set forth in WSU Executive Policy EP 42. So, um, again, guys, all of these things are implemented at WSU. They're all programs that they have that they follow day after day after day after day. They didn't stop following them because Bryan Koberger showed up there. They didn't stop following them because, 4 people were murdered in Idaho. None of that. So it doesn't make sense that they didn't follow through with all of these things, and find that it was unfounded stuff. So hold on here.
It kind of shows how what kind of people these they are here to go through everything that they've done. Wow.
Lucy says, remember the early warning system on the state's motion. It's not the weather. It's not for the weather. It's not a financial institution. Remember, SRB says. This part of the doc relates to that. Gotcha. Thank you, Miss Lucy. This explains the threat assessment team's policy. Washington State University's EP 42 threat assessment team identifies assesses and addresses threats to the university community and property. They receive and assess reports of threats and other concerning behavior reportedly carried out by students, employees of the university, or by others who may impact the safety of the WSU community. Threat assessment team coordinates with university stakeholders to receive and assess information of potential threats using evidence-based behavioral, structural, professional judgment assessment model. Further, the team recommends university action regarding safety and security matters to the appropriate university decision makers, consistent with carrying out the university's mission and goals. Excuse me. A program that uses an algorithm to identify potential problem people. Right. Interesting. They never needed this tap before. BK was not a threat. Good point. And Lucy, that makes sense. Yes. Okay. Actually, what they mean is that they feed it data. It produces people. Gotcha. According to WSU's EP42, TAT identifies, assesses, and addresses threats to the university community. WSU's TAT responsibility is to receive and assess reports of threats and other concerning behaviors reportedly carried out by students, employees of the university, or by others who may impact the safety of the community. The purpose of WSU's TAT is to work with any appropriate university departments, law enforcement, mental health agencies, and other third parties to assess situations and recommend appropriate interventions. Guys, give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right. WSU's TAT is designed to work quickly and efficiently with the best information available at the time of the concern. WSU's TAT has a responsibility and authority to confer on an urgent basis to assess and recommend mitigation strategies for threats of potential violence or to manage behavior and risk or threats. Anyone may submit a report that report of instances in distressing, disruptive, and dangerous behaviors of WSU TAT. Threat assessment areas of focus include, but not limited to, we'll scroll up.
Be right with you guys. I gotta grab another quick cup of coffee. You can entertain if you'd like, Hemi. If
You
not,
can scroll up a little bit for me real quick.
is that enough?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that's
I'll be
good.
right back, guys. Bear with me.
Behavior that creates reasonable fear of physical harm, intimidation, threats, both direct and indirect, stalking, fixation, and harassment. WSU's TAT then is responsible to coordinate with relevant stakeholders to receive and assess information about potential perceived threats and recommend WSU actions regarding safety and security matters. WSU TAT is a multiple or multidisciplinary team co-chaired by the Associate Vice President and Executive Director of Public Safety, and the Associate Vice President and Dean of Students includes responsibilities. Let's scroll up. Hmm.
All right, guys. So sorry about that. I had to refill the water in my my Keurig thing. Where'd you leave off at, bud? Down the bottom there.
Yeah, you can scroll. Keep going. There you go.
All right. So it says WSU was obligated to control Koberger under its WAVR 21 threat assessment and intervention protocols. They got a lot of options here and a lot of like programs, protocol things, standard operating procedures set in place. There's no way I'm going to believe they didn't use any of them. I just won't. um, yeah, that's exactly what they're trying to do is claim negligence on part of the university, Doc.
I believe they went through their protocols with Koberger and then addressed every
Right.
report and and all that.
I
And
wholeheartedly agree with you too, bro.
I think, um, yeah, they gave him a good stern talk to.
I mean, they have to. You
But
know what I'm saying? They have to. If this is brought to their attention in any way, shape, or form, they have to follow SOP protocol within the school. It is a school, folks. That's why. Just as much as if there's a protocol that has to be followed at an elementary school for certain things for small children. These are still, it's still a school. They still have to follow these things. And they're not going to take the chance, in my opinion, of screwing themselves and having a massive lawsuit filed against them for something else. Welcome, Satire. Great to see you
uh,
today, dear.
and it's kind of hard to read people's minds as well, so they can't predict that he might go off the rails and and murder four people. You know, it's
Thank you. Right. That's not something that they can see when he walks in. Well, guys, we better watch this guy. He looks like he's going to kill 4 people here in a few months.
Yeah, especially whenever they already did a background check. And if
Yes.
they did a background check on that, and anything like that was to pop up or any kind of criminal activity, all that would be done on that background check. And
Right.
had it, and
Right.
they wouldn't have gone and gave him the keys to the car, so to speak, if that was the case. Which
You ain't lying, buddy. You ain't lying. For sure. So, the WSU's TAT claims to utilize tools and methods recognized in the field for threat assessment of individual cases and situations. These tools assess psychological, behavioral, historical, and situational factors associated with organizational violence, such as preoccupation with violence, threats, irrational thinking, substance abuse, history of violence or criminality, or extreme moods. Now, something else that needs to be taken into effect too. If Brian's guilty of these things because he had things on his browser, on his phone, and he had certain books in his apartments, then I'm going to tell you right now that every fucking criminology student needs to be put on notice, because I'm sure they all have the same shit. Okay. That's insanity. I was just now thinking about that. Like, all of these criminology students that go here probably probably have a lot of the same types of items within their browsers, computers, their computer browsers, their phones, the books in their they own books like this as well. So again, okay, I'm just saying, it's a thought. Okay.
yeah, I mean, it's part of the curriculum, so
Thank you. Absolutely.
it's what they're studying. I mean, you're going to use what they're studying against them to get whatever money, how much money you want out of it. That's crazy.
So the waiver 21 warns about conflict avoidant manager who allows behavioral issues to fester, which is particularly prevalent in some institutions of higher learning. Waiver 21 emphasizes that one precursor to violence is when problematic individual has a distorted self-perception of competence and achievement that differs from leadership's view of their performance, leading to tension between the parties. This tension often includes issues with the individual's conduct and increasing disruptiveness. This tension is readily felt by involved supervisors who recognize the need to act but are concerned with the consequences, sensing the individual's volatility. For instance, they may acknowledge that they need to remove him from the program, but fear that he will resort to violence if they do so. Managers or advisors feel intimidated by the angry defensive individual and avoid interactions with him, which increases his sense of entitlement and only makes matters worse as time goes on. And again, Brian KOBERGER has never, ever, from what I know and understand, showed any form of violence at all. Okay, physically attacking people or anything like that. So again, he's not the guy. I'll just keep repeatedly going back to what Willie says. He's not that guy, you know. Where did I leave off? Waiver 21 warns that in a campus setting, problematic individuals are most likely to become violent in the days following a shameful or rejecting event, such as a reprimand, even though they may have fantasized about mass killing for weeks or months. Yeah, okay. Corn on his phone is not accessible to WSU. I agree. Wave 21 instructs that in what has become a see something, say something world, organizations fundamentally require or should require their members to report all direct and indirect threats observed by them. Waiver 21 emphasizes that there is a tendency in academia is to not fully vet faculty or graduate level of applicants for conduct or criminal history, and that has contributed to dire consequences. Right. This is a TA, folks, so they had to have done the background on him. Not to mention, you guys, that I know of at least one teacher from DeSales that gave him a screamingly, massively, intensely high recommendation and said, this man is the man, period. You need to bring him on board, blah, 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 blah. He applied at 2 police departments. Lucy just mentioned he applied to the PD. Yes. They do things at the PD when you apply, folks. Fingerprints, background checks, all that kind of shit. Okay? Just saying, I mean, think about those things. Good call on that one too, Lucy. They are completely, totally effing lying. I agree with her. According to Waiver 21, one risk factor for violence is an individual that has a strong desire for intimacy, but is unable to attain it because of his own deficiencies in being able to connect with others. This is insane. Waiver 21 further warns that autism... Here we fucking go again. I'm telling you guys what. Waiver 21, this is number 128 now. Waiver 21 further warns that autism spectrum disorder is a risk factor for young perpetrators of mass murder due to their strong desire for it, but inability to establish intimate or social bonds. Oh my God.
Defamation of character.
Give me a minute, you guys. Hold on a second.
Ignorance is bliss. What I can say. What say you, chat? Waiver 21 warns that an individual who displays anger, cause fear, and others is also an indicator of potential violence.
Okay.
So
sorry about that. Waiver 21 warns that a specific indicator of a dangerous level of anger is when the individual engages in physically threatening or intimidating movement or gestures such as standing too close to someone and glaring at them. Stalking or menacing behavior is a strong indicator of future violence. Waiver 21 defies stalking or obsessional following as a pattern of unwanted pursuit and harassment of another that threatens their safety. A crime that is illegal throughout most of the Western civilization. According to Waiver 21, workplace or campus-related stalking behavior typically involves physical following, surveillance, and appearances at the victim's work or home. And stalking is commonly perpetrated by a student or a subject who is infatuated with someone who wants nothing to do with the perpetrator. And it is most commonly perpetrated by young males. Many stalkers have a criminal history and a history of drug abuse and psychiatric issues. Stalkers also tend to be highly intelligent, contributing to their resourcefulness, manipulativeness in their pursuit activities. And according to Waiver 21, stalkers' motives generally stem from a need to control or instill fear in a victim as a means to overcome intolerable feelings of inadequacy or humiliation, to increase feelings of omnipotence, or to retaliate against a perceived injustice. Erotomania, a delusional belief that another person is infatuated with the perpetrator despite distinct objective evidence to the contrary, is another characteristic of stalkers. And none of these, in my opinion, pertain to Mr. Brian Christopher Koberger. I'm sorry. Waiver 21 defines stalking as broader than physical violence per violence per
SE.
SE, but notes that stalking is associated with an eventual physical assault 1/3 of the time, usually directed at the object of pursuit. The risk of that the stalker kills their victim as is many times greater. Wait a minute. Many times greater than the risk of an ordinary citizen being intentionally killed by another. Waiver 21 warns that a thorough investigation and consistent management and follow through are essential for dealing with workplace and campus stalkers. According to Waiver 21, a particularly ominous sign is when the problematic individual shows a lack of conscience. These individuals are potentially dangerous in work and campus settings because they exercise no brakes on their behaviors. They often come to the attention of threat management teams because of their aggressiveness and bullying. There is often a history of questionable conduct, inconclusive suspicions of wrongdoing, or blatant wrongdoing that has been ignored by management. They also often first come to attention as the subject of non threat related misconduct investigations. When that investigation identifies signs of aggressiveness or callousness, then it should lead to an appropriate concern about violence risk. Excuse me. These individuals also may engage in sexual harassment, stalking, and sexual assault or abuse. God, these guys, this is.
Well, the
This-
manipulating is real.
Yeah. Behaviors that an organization's threat management team must address on an urgent basis. According to Waiver 21, a critical predictor for violence is when the perpetrator engages in pre-attack planning and preparation, such as actively researching a potential target's routines and schedules. A decline in the perpetrator's academic duties may also correlate with these pre-attack behaviors. The perpetrator's comments may also indicate that he has been gaining information on a target's personal life habits, whereabouts, and patterns of travel. Waiver 21 warns that the perpetrator may target victims in an off-campus setting. In a Waiver 21 assessment, one significant red flag is whether the individual shows general preoccupation with violent ideas, fantasies, or identification with or fixation on perpetrators of violence or mass murderers. Well, let me ask you a question. Does that pertain to a criminology student? Does Waiver 21 pertain to a criminology student? Because they're going to be looking into the same things. In my opinion, folks, and this is in my opinion, Brian Christopher Koberger, okay, was obsessed and infatuated with his education. Truly. He was very interested in his education. He's one of those types of people that wants to do absolutely the best he possibly can in what he's doing. That's the only thing that I see him fixated on, obsessing with, over obsessing about any of that. That's the only thing that I see here. And they are taking and using and abusing that to turn it into this. This is insane and way over the top. Way over the top satire. And yes, I agree with Jen. I hate bullies too, because that is exactly what this has become, is a bullying situation. Something that Brian Koberger went through his whole life, overcame, losing all the weight that he did, overcoming his drug addiction, becoming something and trying to become something to make his family proud. And now he sits in prison being, in my opinion, wrongfully accused of committing 4 homicides. And they're trying to say that this man did this based on the fact that WSU didn't recognize him as being a murderer and throwing him out and getting rid of him beforehand. These people making investigating crimes into a crime and doing that in more, y'all, these people making investigating crimes into a crime and doing that in more than one way. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with you, Lucy. Waiver 21 instructs that after an individual is determined to present a risk of violence, a threat assessment team should determine what steps can be taken to manage the subject's risk for violence. So at this point, you guys, I think we understand all of what waiver 21 is. Okay. And again, at that point, I do not believe that Bryan Kohberger qualified to fall into the waiver 21 protocol to be handled for that reason. Okay. As the waiver 21 procedure. Sorry. Now, some of this stuff I think we've gathered. WSU family graduate apartment agreement. This is again why he got free housing, because he was a student as well as an employee. One of the amenities that WSU provided to Kohberger as part of the apartment agreement was free internet access, both wired, wireless. WSU provides internet access to single network. Okay, great. Network service agreement for connection of personally owned devices. Okay, that's not something we really need to know. And he had to abide and agree to a network service agreement in order to access WSU's network, which he obviously did, or he wouldn't have been able to. And again, I'm telling you guys, there's no way that WSU did not look into this situation if it was presented to them, because they have to protect themselves, folks, period. There's no two ways to see that. All right, so let me scan through some of this, because there's a lot to this, guys. We're not going to cover all this today, obviously, but the apartment agreement also prohibited Bryan from possessing any weapons, including knives, in his apartment. Weapons of any kind, including pistols, rifles, air guns, knives, having a blade longer than 4 inches that are not for culinary purposes, or having a swing or a switchblade. Slingshots, crossbows, martial arts tools may not be stored or used in apartments. Emphasis in original. WSU explicitly retained the right to have an agent at WSU enter Kohberger's apartment at any reasonable hour for purpose of inspection, and WSU retained the right to enter the apartment without notice. So therefore, again, Bryan is a let's follow the handbook type guy. We know that when he went to prison, he had expectations based on, I guess, in short, form of welcome to prison handbook that they gave the man. He didn't see those things happening, so he complained about it. So if you're going to tell me that he followed a prison book, a handbook in prison, he's following the rules, folks. Bryan is a truth teller and a rule follower. Just like when he got pulled over in October of that year and said, honestly, no, officer, I did not have my seatbelt on. Bryan's not going to go around the rules. That's his personality. So in turn, if he did have any kind of a weapon, I can't see him having it in his apartment, on his person, or in that aspect, knowing that they can do something like that. Lucy says, hey, baby Ames, good to see you, dear. I've read it in full, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. All the way to saying that he stalked them on that fake-ass IG account without naming the doc, Garrett Discovery Social Mapping, I'm sure. And good point, Lucy. And again, White Rabbit, thank you for... So this whole case is a honeypot. They're watching us watch them. I wonder if they are feeding our sleuthing related to this case to AI. What is going on? A good call on that one, White Rabbit. Thank you for that again. Let's see here. Oh, okay, guys, 1 second. I think we're going to... Thank you very much. Garrett Discovery was full of newly created BK clone accounts. Yes. Interesting thought. Lizzie 5717, you know that Nazis collected autistic people for ciphers back then, right? Yes, thank you, SRB. Hang on 1 minute here. 1 second. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to go through a little bit more here, and then I think that'll kill it for today. Oh, my God. Hold on.
In the words of Roddy Danilo,
Damn,
it's a crazy world we live in.
No respect.
It's a crazy world we live in. And I'm
Okay.
leaving it today.
So hold on down through here. This is all policy stuff with WSU, okay? That they're so moving forward here, okay? This is in regards to Chief Hansen from WSU Police. Washington State Police Chief Steve Hansen will step down from that position, which he has held since 2000, and become a lieutenant on the force. The announcement comes at the conclusion of a WSU internal auditor's investigation into a complaint of improper computer use in the police department. According to the auditor's report, Hansen viewed emails that were sent to him containing inappropriate material, forwarded such emails to Assistant Chief Scott West, and invited other members of the department to view them. Wow. The university policy forbids use of university time and computers for such activity, and that was a mistake on my part. I want to apologize for the embarrassment it has caused the department and university. Because of the situation, I accept the administration's decision to demote me to lieutenant. So instead of being fired, this man was demoted from chief to lieutenant. Oh, I'm so sorry for you, sir. So you're a perverted freak doing something you shouldn't be doing, and you got demoted, and probably kept the same pay grade as with the demotion, folks, just so that people would be quiet about it. This is what I'm talking about. This is corruption as well. Okay. So we have Pullman police under investigation for sexual misconduct in many, many ways. We have WSU police under investigation for sexual misconduct. And you're attacking this guy because he's autistic. What the fuck is going on? This is what I'm talking about with this bullshit. Nothing. When does it start to get better? Nothing will be the same. That's a good point. Very good point. Absolutely, Lucy. God, you guys. She said, in my opinion, it is 100% intentional. Start prepping now. It will get much worse in this country before it gets better. I have to agree with you, too. I'm sorry to say, guys, but I do. Nobody with autism should go to WSU. Nobody with autism should ever have to even worry about this.
Speedy
They
said, I
deserve
think
they deserve the same educational process that anybody else does if they choose to use it. Go ahead, Hemi.
I was just going to repeat what Speedy said. I still think they didn't think that this case would go around the world. They thought this was just another cover up in Moscow. Well, no. My question now is, with that being said, how many people have they treated like this? Things are done in dark places that don't have no light. So while this was in the dark, how many people has fallen to this kind of treatment over the years?
That's a great point and a great question. I mean, truly, look at it. Think about this. Look at how he has been portrayed in the media. There's a reason that they are making autistic people the enemy. Yes. Yes. And that's what has pissed me off so damn much and so bad. It does seem to be an agenda, folks.
Very much so. So we're not happy that he's in jail for the rest of his life. He won't never get any restitution or anything like that. But we want to make sure that since we can't get Moscow, we're going to go ahead and get WSU. Go ahead and get paid for that.
Sure. JP
We
said all
don't really, at this point, we don't really care about true justice. We just want to get paid. Shame on you.
how it looks.
Shame
All
on
the
you.
stories of stalking come from Dylan reading the police docs. I heard about the Winco. I head out the shadow figure. All come from Dylan talking to them. Very good point.
Shame on
Um,
you.
Nazi will be wielding autistic people as a tool weapon for many, many decades. It's disgusting. Disgusting. I agree. And then again, in 2011, federal education officials fined WSU $82,500 over a separate campus safety incident that occurred in 2007. So this has been going on for years, guys, years. Okay, not to mention the scenario that happened. I think it was 2017 through 23 or some. I mean, there's multiple incidents going on repeatedly in this area. It's insane. Federal officials fined WSU over campus safety. Huh. Wow. Federal education officials completed an investigation into WSU's campus safety statistics and determined that WSU had not properly reported 2 sexual assaults in violation of the Clery Act. Federal law requires campus notification of potential threats to students and employees. Federal officials charged WSU with failing to properly disclose forcible sex crime statistics and to properly classify offenses in its annual security report. The charges arose out of 2 incidents in 2007. In one incident that occurred in August of 2007, WSU police labeled the offense as a domestic dispute, even though investigators found it included a rape perpetrated by the friend of the victim's husband. Are you serious? That's a domestic dispute, huh? Okay. Wow. A rape perpetrated by the friend of the victim's husband. Yeah, that sounds domestic to me, folks. Jesus Christ. In the second incident, in January of 2007, police report of sexual assault was relabeled as unfounded by a WSU police records manager without authority to make changes. WSU did not dispute the findings of the federal investigation. Of course they didn't. In early August of 22, the police chief, assistant chief, and captain of WSU Police Department resigned from their positions to avoid investigation into yet another incident of serious sexual misconduct involving a WSU police officer. They should not have been allowed to resign. They should have been charged, fired, and convicted. This is nuts. That is nuts. And you're worried about Bryan KOBERGER, but you got this bullshit going on. WSU police leaders retire early to avoid discipline following. That should not be illegal to do that. You should not be able to retire and receive a pension fund, possibly on because you got caught. Okay, I'm sorry, but that is absolute bullshit and favoritism being shown and allowed. Again, where you at, DOJ? Where are you at? Welcome, Karen. Good to see you, dear. Pretty much, I'm losing it. Good to see you, Jesse. I know, right? Great headline, isn't it, satire? WSU initiated a disciplinary investigation into the WSU Police Department for failing to advise university leadership of a 2020 departmental investigation involving a WSU police officer alleged to have engaged in sexual activities on campus while on duty. So once again, this lawsuit, they're suing WSU because of BRYAN, but they're throwing this stuff out here saying, and this happened too. This is your problem. This is where the problem lies. How do we know that it wasn't one of these freaks that maybe attacked the victims and used their badges as power to pull this off? We don't know. We don't know that. Okay. But you're going to blame it on this kid. Joint disciplinary investigations were initiated by the Office of the Compliance of Compliance and Civil Rights, CCR, and the Human Resources Services Office, HRS. The investigation revealed that in December of 2020, WSU police officer notified WSU PD command staff that they learned of possible non-consensual sexual activity between another WSU police officer and a victim on campus. Let's see here. What's up, SRB? Yeah, no lie, Doc. No lie. What did Lucy say? Christy's brother in HA clothing. What's up, Matrix? Oh, you're good, hon. Okay. They will settle out because they know this shit will come out to y'all. I can almost agree. That's what I thought before, but we'll see. We'll see. Um, the allegations of improper sexual activities included that the WSU police officer had sex with the victim in the presidential suite at the Martin Stadium and at the WSU Observatory while he was on duty as a WSU police officer. Now, this is Sergeant, I can't think of his last name right now. I know who this is. The offending officer told departmental staff that he was willing to identify the name of the woman involved, but WSUPD investigators said that was not necessary and then misleadingly wrote in their internal report that they could not substantiate the allegations without talking to the victim, whose identity they did not have. Despite being advised of these incidents, the WSUPD command staff failed to advise CCR as required by WSU policies. Good point. Good point, Luce. Good point. Instead, the WSUPD attempted to keep the incidents internal, of course, and claimed to ultimately be unable to locate any witness willing to file a complaint against the offending officer. I don't believe that. Despite that, the WSUPD offender did face internal disciplinary action for misconduct while on duty. In March of 22, WSU administrators learned about the 2020 incident and the WSUPD's investigation that was previously unreported to administration. Investigations were then initiated by WSU CCR and HRS, and the WSUPD command staff were advised that disciplinary proceedings had been initiated against them based on the investigation's findings and that they exhibited gross misconduct, incompetence, and neglect of their duty. Wow. You think? In their response to claims of sexual misconduct involving the WSU officer. So, hold on. All of WSUPD command staff then announced their resignations and retirement before the disciplinary process concluded. Conveniently, so they can keep their pensions and all their income. Shame on you. Karma is a bitch. In response to the resignations, WSU President Kirk Schultz stated that these are positions of great public trust and WSU will not tolerate this kind of behavior. Well, you did. Nor the negligence of the departmental command staff. WSU then hired the retired chief of police of the city of Pullman's police department to serve as interim police chief of the WSU police department. I don't trust him either. The offending WSU officer, however, did not resign. The WSU continued to conduct a formal investigation under Title IX. WSU CCR then proceeded to spend months during the 2022 fall semester investigating the allegations of serious sexual misconduct of its WSU police officer. Damn it, you guys, I'm telling you, there's something to this. Okay? There is something to this, in my opinion. The fall semester of 2022, there was a multiple months long investigation into the misconduct at WSU police officer. So that in turn, guys, give me a minute here. I'm trying to think of something that just clicked. I'm telling you, there is something to this investigation that was going on. There's something. I just think there's a combination of things here, and we're probably going to end this here, but we're going to get into this conversation again tomorrow because there's other things I'm going to look into as well. We're at 4 hours almost, and we're on page 48. Some of this other stuff we're going to skip through, but the fall of 2022, there was a pretty lengthy investigation going on into something going on. We also know Kaylee was looking into registered sex offenders in this area. We also know there were some other things going on. And I'm just curious. Is there a relation or correlation with this and that? I know this is in WSU, but that doesn't mean anything to me. It just doesn't mean anything to me at this point. It's wild. That's all I'm saying. We're going to talk about it a little bit, probably in the background, and tomorrow I'm going to go back into some more of this, but I have some thoughts and some ideas that this investigation might relate to what happened to these four, possibly. Just saying, guys. So it's something I'm real curious about. There's some kind of a connection here or a correlation, at least in my opinion. I'm just saying. And I could be completely wrong, and if I am, I am. That's all I'm saying. I will say this though: this lawsuit is a joke. It's disgusting. It's an attack on the ADA, which is, again, the American Disabilities Act. It's an attack on autistic people. This is disgusting. It makes me sick, folks. Truly, it does. And we do know that WSU and Moscow work together, especially in law enforcement, guys. Law enforcement agencies work together in these areas very tightly. So there's that too. So again, keep all this in the back of your mind, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. I will be live tonight over at Devil's Advocate, guys. Can you hold on a minute?
Well,
so again, thank you very much, White Rabbit. Did they not want BK to complete his research? See, I'm wondering the same thing. Is there something with BRYAN as well that was looking into this? And this could explain where BRYAN was introduced into this whole situation. And just a thought, okay? Hold on a minute here.
Go. So let me click that link.
Okay.
See what I asked, right?
Yeah.
I asked, was there an investigation at WSU in the fall of 2022? What investigations at WSU traced back to fall of 2022? A fraternity hazing investigation confirmed. WSU conducted a major investigation into Alpha Sigma Phi fraternity, and that investigation uncovered repeated hazing violations dated back to fall of 2022. Says investigation was formally launched in January of 2025. But this misconduct was uncovered began in the fall of 2022 and continued through 2024. So yes, there was activity at WSU in the fall of 2022 that later became the subject to formal university investigation. Investigation involving Bryan KOBERGER indirects surfaced later. The wrongful death lawsuits filed in 2026 alleged that WSU received multiple complaints about Bryan KOBERGER during the fall of 2022, his first semester as a PhD student in TNA. See, I like this stuff, Dago, because it kind of brings light to what was in the news, what's been reported earlier in that time frame. So,
right,
interesting. So, there was some hazing going on between the colleges, which that's normal.
well,
considering both of those
to some
colleges
extent,
was
yes.
like 15 minutes apart, right?
Yeah, roughly. They were very close, both campuses, and there was a lot of kids that were friends on both campuses. So yes. By the way, if any of the mods have a few moments after the fact, I'd like to jump into the voice with you guys. But yeah, 1-1 says Kaylee's sorority got in trouble for yeah, very true. 1-1, good point, bro, and thank you for being here today.
Well,
Um,
what we have to look at is okay. So she's looking for sex offenders. Now, I'm
yeah,
wondering if it's not just for Moscow area, but also at Washington as well.
well, I'm going to venture to say that she was looking in the surrounding areas. Yeah, and in what depth is she looking at into them too? Okay,
And to what extreme happened for her to lose her life like that? That's a big deal.
say that again.
And to what extent was she into that led her to ultimately lose her life?
Yeah, good point. Meg says that both sororities were in trouble for alcohol offenses as well. That's right. Thank you, Meg. So I'm gonna dive into this a little bit differently too, guys, with this other aspect in my opinion that I'm gonna look into. Have some conversations with SRB, some other peeps, and we're gonna get into some more of this. And I'm not gonna be going through the entirety of the lawsuit. I just that's the most important part there, in my opinion, as to why. But there's other things we're gonna look into and go through, scan through, and all that, guys. But I appreciate you guys being here for it. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's a joke. I think it's a money grab. This is my opinion. All due respect, but I think it's a money grab. And I have a huge feeling it's going to get tossed first off and foremost. And if it doesn't get tossed, then it's going to be settled out of court. This is again my opinion. And there's some other issues that we need to take into account and look into as well that are obviously sexually based, unfortunately. And that's probably what we're going to need to be delving into with this too. And it might give some more answers. So
And see, that's the part of the investigation that the law enforcement should have already had established throughout their investigation of the Idaho 4.
right.
It's not just let's look back 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 months. It's a whole year. Okay, what was happening with those 4 kids a year, 2 years prior, leading up to this event?
That's my point. Yes.
And they didn't do this.
That's
They
100%.
did not do nothing like that.
Exactly, you were reading my mind almost. That's one of the things I want to look into is what was going on. Not even maybe a year, 6 months, 3 months before these murders happened with the victims, in particular. That's what I'm going to be trying to look into.
I know you can still look at their TikToks. So maybe if we go back and if we can be able to get access to it and look
Right.
at their TikToks and see what's going on with their TikToks. Just
And
kind
not
of
to
see.
mention, not just that though, but there again, in relation to that contract that we were talking about the other night over at Devil's Advocate. That's what one's talking about in chat now. That MPD had with the sororities and fraternities, where they had a confidential person working within each fraternity, along with the 7 police officers put into effect to protect or whatever they're doing. I wonder if there's some kind of correlation within this. This is what I'm thinking about, and there's some other things too. There's a lot to it, but it's working my mind. I'm just saying that much. So
And I forgot. I remember seeing that, and my first question when I heard about that was, okay, if they're out for a period of time during their uh, patrols.
Yeah,
I forgot what it was. It was like 2 a.m. to what 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. or something like that or
that
whatever.
one night. Yeah, yeah,
So my thing is it's all about creatures of habit. You get in the routine of things, so they know how to. Okay, we're going to do something. We have to wait until this particular time to do it because that's when the patrols ends or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So
right. Good question, Redacted. Good point, sir. Thank you for joining me today. As always, I appreciate you, Hemi, and helping me read. Everybody in chat, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for supporting us. Hopefully I'll see you guys, a lot of you guys, over tonight at Crimes After Dark with the Devil's Advocate, Mr. 11, Miss Robin, State of the Deep with Mr. JJ, and of course Lee. Guys, I'm looking forward to that as well. I don't 100% sure what we're talking about tonight, but it's always interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys there. Thank you all so much for being here. If you have not yet done it, please make sure to hit the like button on your way out the door. And if you have not yet subscribed, think about it, guys. We'd love to have you here. If you enjoyed the content, please do as well. Thank you to anybody that has supported us via any kind of donations or tips or anything. God bless. That is so very helpful. Of course, never expected, but we do appreciate it because it keeps my channel moving. And last but not least, of course, thank you to my amazing moderators, because without, I couldn't do this. I wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't exist, folks. And if it weren't for them, that's facts. So thank you to all of you. Nothing but love for you all. Hopefully we'll see you guys here in a couple minutes for those of you that can be there. And everybody else, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys. Please don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And don't forget to know your own worth, folks. That's so very important. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Later.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning dead in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the True Crime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until